Mm. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the tracc.eu virtual 4 hours special SRO Esports Qualifier. I am your commentator, Sean, and today I will be with Kohai and Adrian here. Say hello.
Good morning, everybody, today in this hopefully sunny day, both in Valencia and in your homes.
Indeed, hopefully forgive me, hoping that we can provide everybody today with a good show with a wide range of talents on offer.
Now, as we see here, it is certainly not a big grid because the talent here required to be in this is absolutely immaculate, to say the least. As the winner of this qualifier series will get to race in the finals, and the winner of that finals will go to the SRO Motorsport ceremony in London to receive a trophy along with real-life racing drivers. So certainly a very exciting event indeed. What are your guys' first thoughts on this event?
I'm surprised by the car choice. I mean, Ferrari and BMWs were to be expected, but we are seeing a very unusual competitor today, which is currently having the best time of the current practice session, being in Honda NSX.
Admittedly, I'm not too knowledgeable on the current range of GT3s. However, I never expected to see the number 74 car with a clear pace advantage over the rest of the field this early in the practice session. However, with 45 minutes of qualifying coming up, it probably shouldn't be expected that in the practice that people were not pushing the full 10 tenths. So we'll have to see what develops over qualifying and into the race.
Yes, indeed, the NSX is quite unusual off-meta choice, but it is still keeping up with the regular GT3s that we are seeing here with the Ferraris, BMWs, and actually only one McLaren and Lamborghini each here. This is a grid dominated by the BMW and Ferrari, which is interesting to say the least. So as our practice session is ending here, we are going to watch Julian Messner here, who is out on track for Wild Things Racing in the iconic Wild Things Racing color scheme and livery, driving around the track, testing the limits, seeing what he can do in order to push the car to its best as possible.
Probably trying to find the last minute limits and see where he can find the odd 10th or 100th, because admittedly my inexperience around Valencia as a circuit is going to make things challenging today. It's still, regardless of what racetrack you're at, you're looking for that tiny little difference which can make all the change between us. We see Metzner surrender the lap and pull over. But it's small things, especially we go into a 45-minute qualifying session now.
Yes, indeed, qualifying has started, and the first to go out seems to be the I'm gonna have to reset the HUD here. The first to go out seems to be actually the Honda of Solon that topped the practice session before, so I don't know. Let's see the onboard camera.
Perhaps the driver of number 74 Modulo Dragon Corsa, Daniel Solon, is planning to take advantage of the early clean air and fairly empty track to get in some fast laps before others have had chance to really find the limits.
What just happened?
Restart.
Please bear with us whilst we deal with the technical issues. We shall shortly return to the server. I don't think it's just an isolated issue.
Yes, there is an issue that has caused the server to restart. We will be right back.
I guess in the real world, one could consider this like an emergency red flag for something.
Cameras are broken. They've been struck by lightning.
Yeah.
Indeed, do not mind the server selection screen here as the server seems to be back up. I will connect it right there. Yes, it seems to be back up. Good.
Yeah.
And our qualifying session has been restarted with a little hitch in between.
Yeah, fortunately for our drivers, because of this minor technical issue, they haven't lost any time on track. So it's effectively restarting the session, as it were, similar to if you were to have the race director in the real world at a real race just extend the session. Which admittedly is quite a rare thing to see in the real world due to obvious real world time limits, but I guess that's one of the luxuries we have in ACC.
Indeed, as
more drivers seem to be taken to the track early on this time.
As we see not only the Honda NXX, but also the #1 car out on track of Aurelian Cross, another Wild Things racing car. Even without the livery file installed, because they did not upload the livery, it still has the iconic Wild Things racing colors that you all know and love, so it's still very recognizable car and design. As we will actually go on board again with Aurelian here to see how they proceed with their first flying lap of the session. Entering the final corner of the lap here, braking just before that line there. Try and get as much speed through there as possible and to enter the long straight and begin the flying lap. Now the pace consensus around here is about 130s to 132s, which is pretty good. But as we see here, the track is in fast condition and it is also extremely hot with air temperature at 32 degrees and the track temperature at 42 degrees. This is certainly actually could be the hottest race we've had in tracc.eu. The only other race I remember being close to being this hot was GT3 Cup at Laguna Seca, which was nearly 40 degrees. Yes, that race.
Yeah, Laguna Seca, that's location, it would not surprise me that the track temps there would get to 40, if not even 50 plus degrees Celsius. However, what drivers will have to consider potentially considering these hot, both air and track temperatures is
their tires. I think that's what you meant to say.
Yeah, because I found that, of my own experience in driving, it's that sometimes in the hotter track temps you cannot quite push the limits due to the tires overheating, and if you push your tires too far, you can all too easily slide that couple meters or centimeters too deep on a corner, and it costs you a significant amount.
And also, this is a 4-hour race. It's going to be long, and you need to stretch that tire wear as best as you can. And with how ACC meta style setups work, where you run maximum camber and toe, it will not help in conditions such as these. So they have to improvise, try to sacrifice some of that lap time for, I should say tire wear, but also the overall car handling.
Yeah, because as much as... Sorry, carry on.
For the big part, the cars driving today will be having pretty even tire wear. What I'm hopeful for is that Hassan Yampar and Raska Kyoso will not be having too hard of a time today, as Lamborghini is known for its rare tire wear. So they will be having even more of a challenge nowadays, especially with those temperatures.
Yes, indeed, the
Yeah.
Lamborghini family of cars known to kill their tires. I drove a Huracan Super Trofeo in a championship in track before, and I have to admit that thing chews on tires even more than the Porsche 992 GT3 that is known to eat its tires. The Lambo is just so much worse that I I got a double puncture even in one of the races, which just shows that the Lambos are not really good with tire wear in the game at all.
Which is strange to hear because, at least from my perspective, because I know that the Lamborghini in the right hand with the right setup is a very capable machine. If you are used to its driving style, i.e., being its reliance on off throttle rotation in the slower speed corners, you can gain a lot of time in that vehicle. However, its tire life is going to be one of the bigger concerns. So hopefully, after the Empire and Rescue Kyoso of the KRT X Mirai 420 car can eke out their performance over the length of the race. Because it's one thing starting at the front or starting high up in qualifying, it's how you carry that momentum through the entire 4-hour period. And if nothing else, I love me a good endurance race.
And indeed, as our provisional pole position right now is the NXX, which has set a 1:38.42. A very good lap considering the conditions. My personal best here is 1:31.9 set quite a while ago. I think I can get better, but yeah, it shows that how good these drivers are, that they are competing at this level, trying to get into the finals to represent tracc.eu.
It's even more amazing that it's coming from the Writer Engineering Esports team. Low-key, I expected them to drive Writer, but they picked probably another sort of a challenge, and they are showing how good they actually are. By picking a car that is usually not seen up front, at least on the bigger part of the circuits. But here they are.
We'll go on board with them to see how they go about with their lap here. As the NXX, very pitch sensitive car. You do not want to step on the throttle wrong, otherwise it will kill you. That's what I know about it. But as a result of that, it also has very, very good rotation. Akin to the cars like the Porsche and, you know, mid-engine cars, generally good rotation over the front-engine cars.
I think from my own driving experiences, albeit not with the NSX, if you've got a car that has a lot of good rotation around its center point plus its pitch sensitivity, if your driving style can match how the car likes to be driven, you can be very aggressive in certain corners where you need that rotation to get through. So potentially mostly the lower mid-speed corners rather than any of the higher speed stuff. So it's going to one of those cars I don't have any experience with, unfortunately, but very interesting and very encouraging to see how the 74 Modulo Drago Corsa handles itself throughout the race, because too much pitch sensitivity can lead you into unfortunate incidents and mistakes. So it's something that the drivers are going to have to balance. So that's why endurance racing is much more, personally, interesting than sprint racing, because you can have the ultimate raw pace over a single lap, but it's how can you extract that pace over an entire stint, over multiple stints, over 4 hours in this instance. It's not just an individual driver, it's drivers working in a team to sort of cover each other's shortfalls, the weaknesses. Some might be better in the high speed corners, others might be better in the low speed due to their difference in driving styles. It's so many things that have to be juggled and balanced that really make an endurance race more interesting.
This
personally.
just in, the McLaren number 69 was doing over 5 seconds quicker lap, and he just scored P1 on the current qualifying session.
Yes, with a
Achieving 1 minute
1:30.5.
30.
Car number 69, driven by Christers from Latvia. Actually, we have not seen a Latvian driver here in a while, so very welcome sight, I guess.
managing to pull 3/10 clear of his nearest competitor. So despite the weather conditions, it's clear that given the driver the right track and the right lap, you can find a lot of speed around here.
But it seems to be getting better because Julian Messner is gaining 3 and 7/10 second quicker lap as of right now.
Yes, we'll have to see what kind of lap Julian Messner gets on here as he crosses the line, and it will be a respectable 131.7. As he goes wide and has to stop, abort the lap because it's invalid. As a Yampire seems to be on a small improvement, maybe she can try and get into the 31s here in order to also try and get P7 from this Ferrari here of Kafil Slade driving for SRO Motorsport. And they have just improved their lap to a 131.6, narrowly beating Julian Messner by less than 0.05 of a second.
I think in these conditions, it's going to be hundredths and thousandths of a second that really make the difference between the starting grid today. Because track, as is just physics, which we can't escape physics, the hotter the track, the hotter the tyres will be, the less you can push. And I don't know myself whether our drivers have to start on their qualifying tyres today, but even then, having to warm up a set of tyres and make them last for an entire stint in such blistering conditions is not going to be an easy task for anybody, regardless of their relative experience. Definitely a lot of slow cooking, as it were, to use the current vernacular. As we see the time slowly creeping, little improvements here and there. Some drivers opting for a shorter stint by the looks of the lap counters, others preferring to go long and do a larger tank over more runs.
Slade here looking for a big improvement though, 3/10 up. As they get into P5, narrowly missing Mia Rose of Queen's Design for P4. As Mia Rose herself seems to also be improving on her lap, trying to just get closer and closer to starting in the P3.
Yeah, I've known Mia for quite a while in multiple circles outside of tracc.eu. And she's a very, very, very competent and very competitive driver, so there's no doubt that she's ringing that Ferrari 296 of Queen's Designs to within an inch of its proverbial life. Very competitive, very competent driver.
Indeed,
with a good
very
sense of humor
consistent
as well.
too. Very consistent too, as her last lap was literally 5,000ths off from her best one, so...
Yeah. Even though it's the qualifying session, that consistency is great to see. Proves that she's put in the hard work.
Bailey Stewart in the chat here is asking to show lap times next to names. Unfortunately, ACC doesn't kind of support that in this view, but I can press tab. I can press tab here to show the lap times if you want to see. I'll leave it up for a little bit.
That is an unfortunate limitation as it stands at the minute, but the current overall field, as you can see, is standing with the 69. Get me. I don't have the list up myself. Yeah.
Yeah, I will do the grid rundown right now as of 15 minutes into qualifying. The number 69 McLaren currently leading with 30.4 here. And the NXX number 74 NXS is done a 130.8, currently in second place. I figured it would be better if we just use race control for this. So in third place we have Moza driving the number 2 carbon livery M4, but currently in third place, chasing down Asan Empire as they are looking to trying to start a new flying lap, it seems. And then in fourth we have Mia Rose, who is currently rounding out her lap. See if there's any improvement. No, it seems like she's on a flyer right now. And then in fifth we have Slade, who is actually now less than a tenth behind Mia Rose. It'll be interesting to see how this driver improves their lap time. Maybe they can overtake her in qualifying, I don't know. And then in sixth place we have the number 9 Wild Things racing car, the current leading Wild Things racing car of Aurelian Cross. And then in seventh place, Julian Messner, also a Wild Things racing driver, currently seeing some big improvements. Yeah, 2/10 up on their time. If they come lead through with this lap, they can actually overtake the more senior driver of Aurelian Cross. And Julian Messner does follow through with a 131.3, so he has indeed followed through with his lap, and less than 300ths of a second away from Slade in the number 27 Ferrari. We also see Sheldon Muscat here with a 710 improvement right now. They are currently going into the final sector of the track where the chicane of death is. If they pull through with this lap, they will be certainly ahead of a lot of people right now. So let's see. They survive the chicane of death. They're currently 1 second up. Right into the final corner. More time gain. 1.1 seconds up. This will see Muscat up to P4 with a 130.987. Very, very impressive improvement indeed.
I wonder if they've been kept that lap in the reserve, because previously their earlier laps didn't seem to be as fast, but jumping that far up the field, sort of somewhat out of nowhere, it's quite good to see, because they've had 4 previous laps on the board. I'm just wondering if those earlier laps were not the BMW Intercom VMD Sim Sport car was not quite behaving how they wanted early on.
And
that was
also,
sometimes with open.
And also,
sorry, after you.
The McLaren, the number 69 McLaren, actually just improved its lap and gotten into a 130.157. Very, very close to breaking that barrier in this brutal condition. We will see if that will happen in the future. So
if anyone manages a sub 1 minute 30 in these conditions today, hats off to them, because I could not imagine how. Admittedly, I don't have a great deal of experience at Valencia, but relative to the conditions and the GT3s and how they behave, a sub 30 is not slow by any means. It is fast.
yes, the 720S is disgusting in this game, especially the Evo variant, because it just is, really. They have made it just so that it's one of the best cars in the game right now. Which is surprising, seeing there is only one McLaren here today.
I think some of the drivers might have picked already the car that will be possibly best on both of the tracks, because currently we are on Valencia. It's a smooth track, but next is upcoming Spa, and the cars that might be at a disadvantage here might have a huge advantage later on Spa. If that tactic will work out, we don't know. We will see probably during the next race.
Which is interesting to say, because the McLaren is also nigh the best GT3 at Spa, doing 2:14s, the only car to be able to do so. So I don't know what to say about that. Maybe just people are trying to drive what they're comfortable with. Maybe they're not comfortable with the McLaren.
Yeah,
It is a very specific car after all. The original non-Evo version was very prone to be losing control during the curb sections. The Evo variant is a bit better, but it's still not really as dangerous, especially because of how aero-sensitive the car is.
considering that we've got 2 4-hour races for our drivers to compete in both this weekend and a few weeks from now, it's something that anybody with any common sense would have tried to work out, you know, where the line is between the two tracks, because sometimes that little subtle difference what works somewhere can be a massive hindrance, like we said before, at other tracks.
Yeah,
Spa is somewhere where I found where, at least when I've driven the BMW, my usual wheelhouse, you can absolutely abuse the curbs when it's not triggering track limits at Spa, and Spa is very hilly.
Indeed,
So-
as we see Reska Kyoso here trying to beat the worst allegations, as in their words, beat the worst allegations and try to set a lap that would push the Lamborghini forward. And it seems
Yeah,
like
Reska Kyo.
Hmm?
Sorry, I was just gonna say Reska Kyoso, one of our league admins and also regular VTuber. Very competent driver, although a bit hard on himself at times relative to his actual pace. But hopefully seems to be doing all right with that Lamborghini so far.
Yep. This is every race is basically a race of attrition, basically. So there could be a chance for the pink Lahage livery Lamborghini to be able to coop up some positions during the race itself. So you know, also this long qualifying session also serves as a way to, you know, practice your stint a little bit, because the practice session was basically used to get people to join first, so there wouldn't be any join lags, and if there's any issues found, the server can be restarted without hurting the qualifying results and so on. So a bit of a smart choice on the admin's end there.
There is even a joke roaming around that the actual practice session is a qualifying session itself. There is some truth to that. This is the first time where you actually can see people's face. But not the racecraft. Racecraft will be determined already in the turn 1 of the first lap of the race.
We're going to go on board with Reska, see what they are doing. Reska Kyoso currently nearly 4 tenths up, could get into the 31 this lap. Let's see if that can actually happen.
The current speed trap statistic seems to be as well quite interesting. We can definitely see BMW leading the top speed meter with 3 of the M4s hitting 251 kilometers per hour, probably at the start-finish straight, and the fourth one of the BMWs hitting 250. And then we have Jump, 247 kilometers per hour made by the Ferraris for the most part, the Nissan, and Red Corsa. While those are not big differences in itself, they might probably matter within the next 4 hours, as every single meter will be counted.
As we see another driver swap out on track for Queen's Design, actually, it's Ruby Nekomata. Currently driving the Ferrari, trying to get to grips with the setup. And maybe try and set a quicker qualifying lap too, while at it.
Yeah, Ruby, another stalwart of the VTuber aspect side of tracc.eu. Another very competent race driver with a lot of experience under her belt in a multitude of cars and sims. So hopefully she can find and get the 296 to behave just how she likes. Not a car I personally have a lot of confidence in myself due to its unique behaviours, but if anybody's going to be able to wring the neck out of that thing, it's going to be Ruby.
Yes, indeed, as someone once described to me, the Ferrari 296 in ACC basically drives like an LMP3, which, you know, is a unique driving style compared to other cars in this game that require the use of weight transfer. This doesn't really, it just relies more on mechanical grip and aero than anything else. So yeah, definitely a unique car to drive. Very, very twitchy car that rewards precision driving by being one of the fastest cars currently in the game in GT3 class. Sometimes edging out the McLaren 720S Evo on some tracks actually, which is impressive in itself. So we will have to see what Ruby is able to extract out of this car.
Let's hope we'll not jinx it, because she's making up a lot of time, and we might even probably see her on P2 and maybe even P1. As she's making up over a second of time.
Nope, that is compared to her best. Compared to her best actually, with not the not Mia Rose's best. That's how ACC works.
Yes, sorry, I was looking at the view qualifying last instead of best. My bad. But
so
it was still a valid lap.
And that's the main thing. It doesn't, as long as the laps are valid and legal, that's the main thing. It should give both yourself and your teammate a good benchmark for where the performance is going to be for the entirety of the run. However, something I didn't spot until just now was that the number 20 car of RNL Raw MMTM, number 20, managed to sneak their way into P2 with a 1 minute 30.390. I did not know where that one popped up from, but clearly they found some other pace in their own Ferrari. Could be something as simple as a setup tweak, maybe a little bit downforce, a bit of extra mechanical grip here or there, or it could just be a driver's thing.
Yes, we have watched through that actually when we were talking about other stuff. But still very impressive lap considering the pole time. Only 2/10 off. Maybe they can at least try to improve on that and try to get into the 29s first.
We'll have to wait and see, because although the temperature has dropped 1 degree Celsius, 41C is still a hell of a hot track to try and push a car around.
Actually, the NXX here is seeing some improvements on the board. Maybe they will try and get closer to the Ferrari in P2. Oh no, they seem to have invalidated at the chicane of death. Very, very unfortunate.
That's a very dangerous corner. The curbs on the left side can be especially high at some point. Many people are using it over to gain some time, but if you spend too much time there, you will end up in no man's land. And the suspension of your car will not like it.
As we see here, another car with improving delta. The number 54 BMW of Sheldon Muscat, driving for Intercom VMD SimSport. This livery actually reminds me of Technoburst Racing, a staple in tracc.eu. You guys should know Technoburst liveries. They kind of look like this guy's livery actually, which is funny.
Maybe they
It's
are
almo-
related.
So it almost looks like an inverted Technoburst livery.
That's maybe, I don't know where he's from. If he's from Europe, then maybe let's say Technoburst or Psycho Kaiser's European cousin, maybe.
As they had indeed improved on their lap as we speak, at 130.7, just getting ever closer to the Honda NXX being driven by the Reiter factory boys.
Although I must say, sort of named himself Reiter Engineering Esports, yet not driving the Reiter car.
Well,
I'm
but Reiter Engineering drives KTM, which is not a Reiter car either. It's KTM.
Yeah, it's just a little quirk I find amusing. That's all.
Who knows what sort of upgrades they got? Braking
Well,
gloves, you know?
well, at least the
Yeah.
car looks like a Reiter sheen. We'll give it that.
Yeah.
And they are driving on the Reiter side of the track.
Actually, Ruby Nekomata improving on her best, but it seems to be on an outlap, so we will gloss over that. But not really, because we want to see how she does her flying lap in the Ferrari. Now, there's one thing in common people will say about Valencia, and that is track limits. They are actually think they are a mixed bag around here. Like in turn 1, the track limit is very lenient, but then immediately after in turn 2, if you touch the green, you get invalidated. So very mixed bag here. But I would like you guys' opinion on track limits in ACC in general. Which tracks have it the best or the worst? Just trying to get some talk going since there's a little bit of downtime.
For Valencia, you can enter some sort of like progressive sun track, which gets harder and harder with the time being, just like Valencia. The further in the track you are, the worse the limits are. For the rest of the tracks though, I can't say that I am on pro enough level to really use those limits, so I can't really give any proper opinion on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same boat, admittedly on the more amateur side of racing, with under tracc.eu and other endeavours. But I'd say that from my recent experience, I'd say, as I've not driven around Valencia, unfortunately, I'd say Misano is probably one track I know I struggled with for track limits. Because they're either sneaky track limits that surprise you, or they're very unusual ones at weird spots in the corner. Now, track limits are there to make sure that nobody's being too aggressive with the racing, with their lines to really take advantage of. It all depends on what the SRO deem as appropriate and legal, of course. Assetto Corsa Competizione being based upon the aforementioned SRO rulebook, I believe initially based around the 2019 Blancpain series. Now, I think
2018, yes.
2018. Okay, forgive me. Yeah. Track limits don't exist just to be mean. There's usually a safety reason in the real world as well. Because if you push too far in corners, clip curbs too aggressively, it does not take much in extreme circumstances for a car to have an incident. But fortunately, in the world of sim racing, we typically don't have such risks. Probably just to make sure that no one is finding an unfair advantage that could be deemed unsportsmanlike.
And to give my opinion on this, as for the original question of what track has the worst track limits, I think everyone can agree on this. It's COTA, Circuit of the Americas, worst track limits on the ACC roster.
I will say I have not driven a lot of COTA, but on the games I've driven at Assetto Corsa ACC as well as other experiences of Circuit of the Americas, I will admit it's not a track I enjoy. Track limits form a part of that, but I also find its flow very awkward through the sections. But yeah, track limits certainly are rather stringent around Texas.
As there is a new best lap here of 130.040 from Christus Snottins.
It's that 69 McLaren really finding a lot of pace out there. They really must be pushing for that sub 30 minute, 1 minute 30 lap time with 8 minutes to go before the race begins.
Yes, and with 8 minutes to go, we have to also look at the grid from now, as we have the McLaren in question, P1, 130.040, very fast, we just look at them. And number 2 is Linus Lucasen, as they are actually trying to battle the BMW behind them for some reason. But they are in P2, very fast time of 130.3. P3 is Daniel Solon with a 130.6. P4 is Sheldon Muscat with a 130.7. P5 is Ruby Decomada with a 130.9 set by Mia Rose. And P7 is Nicholas Brownett, Australian here, racing for Car Motorsport with the Ferrari, with a 131.3. And Julian Messner, the leading Wilding Scars right now, with a 131.390. And the second Wilding's car, with a 131.427, not too far behind. And then number 10 in last place, Asan Yanpire, with a 132.1. The lap has improved, but probably need to look for a little bit more time to try and battle for at least P9 and P8. So that was
the most time.
Hmm?
Sorry for interruption. I would like to point out that they spent the most time on track. On average, all the people spend somewhere between 10 to like 15 laps, and then there is Asa rocking with 18 laps on the track already.
Yes, the KRT X Mirai team having the most track time actually, probably because they need to dial in the setup more, I guess, or maybe just trying to get to grips with the Lamborghini around here.
I have a sneaky feeling that maybe the setup they've got isn't working so well with these rather hot conditions. Admittedly, not having driven the Lamborghini recently in Assetto Corsa Competizione, my relative experience with this car is that once conditions get hot, the front end does tend to understeer more than expected, so you have to mitigate that with adjusting how you approach certain corners, bleeding off more speed than perhaps you want to, so losing a bit of momentum to get the car to rotate. But it could just be sort of just their relative experience as well. It's tough to say without asking the drivers where some of the issues they're facing are.
Indeed, there will probably be some mid-race interviews here and there because there will be quite a bit of downtime considering the grid is small and the race is long. So yeah, maybe we'll have some drivers come in the commentary booth with us to give us some insight as to how the race is going on there and maybe what the strategy they're going with is, and overall just their feelings on the event. As we see, current one with improvement, Aurelian Cross. Aurelian Cross here with trying to improve on their lap, trying to beat the other Wild Things car. They're currently nearly 3/10 up, 4/10 up right now through that corner. Let's see how they fare through the chicane of death.
I must ask, why is it called the chicane of death? As someone that's not got any experience at Valencia, is it one of those where track limits are particularly challenging, or is it rather that any anti-cut sausage curbs are particularly nasty?
Yes, the sausage curb on the left is mainly why it's called that.
Ah, yes. The good old sausage curbs.
As
Definitely met a few of those in my time racing.
as Aurelian does indeed improve on their lap, beating Nicholas Brownett by 0.02 of a second and moving into P7. Very, very tight fight here in P7, 8, 9. The times are not separated by less than 0.03 of a second, so that is very, very impressive on their part.
Looks like potential for a close fights relative to the field throughout the day, despite its small size, or smaller than expected size, I should say. Admittedly, we've got the 69 McLaren with a sizable gap in qualifying to their competitors by almost 0.3 of a second. The number 20 Ferrari, their current best being a 1 minute 30.362, so sizable gap there. Followed by some close qualifying times through the 74 Honda NSX, the 54 and number 2 BMWs. So, but it all depends whether they can translate that through to race pace. Because that's the thing with endurance races. You can qualify, you can be as fast as you want on a single lap. But how do you extract that pace consistently across a longer stretch? I've always found that endurance races are more hard work but more rewarding, purely for that fact that it's not about a simple one lap, how fast can you go, just in one time. It's how consistent can you be? Can you hit your marks, corner after corner, repeatedly? And you have to do that in the race whilst battling with other drivers as well.
Indeed.
So hopefully we can have some, looking at these qualifying times, if they are representative of our field today, it should be close races throughout the field.
Indeed, as Assetto Empire finally gets the Lambo into the 131.8. Must be really relieving for the KRTX Mirai team here that they are on pace with other drivers at least. As qualifying is coming to a close here, we have less than 1 minute left on the clock. The order of the grid will be decided very shortly here, as there are currently no one here looking at an improvement, but Sheldon Muscat here can actually try and coup P3 if they get some of the corners right.
He's literally on point with his previous best time, or at least was until one corner ago.
He's went up to the pit.
He had a chance to get that time though. He had that chance.
Yes, the Delta was not lying. 800s up, but probably lost it at the final corner and decided to just call it a day and pit. P4 still very impressive position considering the amount of skill on the grid here. As qualifying has indeed ended, and there is currently only 2 drivers who can set a lap here, which is Slade right here and the number 20 Ferrari up, Lucasen.
One might be wondering why did Muscat went to the pits. If it allows him to start on the outside of the track, on the right of the corner, he might be in theory be having better line into that turn 2. Meanwhile, if he were on the P3, then maybe he would have finished on the inside. And for those of you that watched know that insides are usually very crowded and even a millimeter might cause a crash, an accident, people spinning out. They don't want that. Not at the start, not if there's a risk of other people driving into them.
As qualifying has ended with our grid positions finalized for the race start, as I will commence the grid walk shortly. So in P1 we have Znotins driving the number 69 McLaren. In P2 we have the number 20 Ferrari driven by Linus Lucasen. In P3 we have the Honda NSX Evo driven by Solon. In P4 we have Muscat driving the number 54 BMW. In P5 we have Moza driving the number 2 BMW M4. In P6 we have Ruby Nekomata driving the number 96 Ferrari. P7 right behind is the number 9 Wild Things Racing M4, and right next to them is the number 27 Ferrari 296. And finishing up the last row is Julian Messner and Reska Kioso for Wild Things Racing and KRTX Mirai respectively.
That might be a chance for Reska, because while it's one thing that the Lamborghini have a relatively huge tire wear, its acceleration is one of the better ones because of naturally aspirated engine. Top it off with slipstream provided by the cars in front, he might be able to use it to his big advantage in this case. And considering that he's behind everything, if something bad happens, he have a chance to avoid it. But before we have a chance to even see that, if it happens, we will proceed with the formation map.
Indeed, this is a full formation lap around Valencia here. Track is optimum, but still very hot as before. To keep you guys updated on how this race works, is a 4-hour endurance race with a driver swap and mandatory pit stops and stint timers and all that whiz. You know how an endurance race works. It's basically that. But the winner gets to race in the SRO Esports Community World Challenge Finals. And as I said before, the winner of that gets to receive a trophy at the SRO Motorsports Awards, as it seems like Kohai is having trouble. But we will carry on with the commentary as usual, as they are currently going single file through the track, trying
That
to
Honda looking menacingly behind.
Yes, none of them weaving actually, because the track is so hot that they don't need to heat up the tires.
If anything else, I believe our drivers today will be trying to save tyre life rather than heat them up, as typically in colder track conditions you do weave, you do brake drag to try and get some heat into the tyres before you go green to give you the best chance of the run down to turn 1. But in these 42 degree track temperatures, you're really not going to want to be taking too much life out of them, because even that little bit of weaving could create some blistering of the tyre in these stiflingly hot conditions.
And blistering is one thing. They are very good drivers, but if something bad happens, they might end up spinning the rear already in the formation lap, and all that heat will not dissipate quickly, not in those conditions.
Absolutely not. I've made that mistake myself in previous events, and once you've got a overheated set of tyres, it's very hard to recover from them. As we come up to the final corner now on the pacing lap, ready to start the 4 hours of Valencia.
Yes, they are double file now for the actual race itself. We will see how it gets going, as the green light will go out very soon for them.
And it's almost precisely what I said. Muscat probably had a reason not to go for that P3 in the qualification, as he's starting on the outside, on the right side.
As we go,
But he's trying overtake. He's trying.
As we go green, green right here. A little bit of off tracking here, but no trouble as of yet. They are surviving, as the number 20 is trying to overtake on the inside and has made the move stick. However, the McLaren trying to come back here for revenge, but it's looking difficult as the infield here, not ideal for overtaking.
Yeah. So in the background, the WTR doing an actual inside overtake. No, they are side by side still.
Yeah, the two Wild Things racing cars. Definitely racing for overall position, which, although good to see, could it be damaging to them this early on in the stint? No,
Yes.
neither Metzner nor Prop. Yeah, well, it's very apt with the name. Wild Things by name, Wild Things by nature, although it does depend on whether that'll impact them, because neither Aurelian Cross nor Julian Metzer wanted to give up early positions, with Cross eventually settling behind.
And it also could potentially hurt them, as Reska Kioso could potentially look for a cheeky overtake, as Aurelian actually slows down a lot in the final corner.
Yeah, Reska, known for his endurance driving as well as his sprint driving, knows how to run an endurance race with a lot of experience. So he's biding his time, eking out the strengths and weaknesses of the Lamborghini, just seeing what he can cook up slowly. Because that's the thing with endurance races, you can be super fast on lap 1, or you can slowly creep your way through the grid. It's highly drive dependent.
Indeed, as there seems to be an inter-BMW battle trying to brew up here between Moza and Muscat here.
Yeah, the number 2 Project Vapor BMW of Musa, apologies if I have incorrectly pronounced your name, very close to the back of the 54 BMW there. Really sort of holding on. The BMW, despite having the top end speed, is usually known to be fairly strong in the mid and high speed corners, despite getting all the dirty air thrown off the car ahead. Although sneaking into view there is Ruby Nakamata in the 96 Ferrari of Queen's Designs. Maybe she's looking for an early challenge on the number 2 BMW? Hard to say.
Probably. We can maybe even here see the difference in size of them, for the Ferrari behind have literally no air resistance. They're just gaining.
Yeah, there's a reason why the BMW is jokingly but lovingly called a bit of a brick because of its size, but it's still, despite its size, a very capable GT3 car. Definitely a car I've got a lot of comfort and response in myself. So if these qualifying times and these drivers have got anything to show for, they can make this thing dance.
Just as surprising, like when you think about the lightest GT3 car, what do you think would it be? Ferrari? McLaren? We don't see it here, but it's always a Bentley. The other one of the biggest brakes, it's not even a brake, it's just a boat. It's a yacht. I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah,
Bentley Continental GT3 is one of the lightest cars on the grid. Shame we don't see it here. It's a wonderful car.
Yeah, one would not normally expect something of the Bentley's size to be as light as it is. But I guess that's one of the surprises with GT3 cars. Now, all cars do have a balance of performance applied to them. What exactly, I personally do not know.
We can see the
but
BOP
it's
here.
Perfect.
The only car with minus BOP is actually the NXX, because it's such an often meta and not many people drive it anymore. So actually the car with the most BOP applied is the Lamborghini. Actually, maybe it's good out of the corners because of its naturally aspirated drivetrain.
Yeah, that V10 engine is despite its size and the noise that the Audi Lamborghini V10 makes, from my own experience, it's typically very smooth at delivering its power. So if you have a sensitive enough and a gentle enough right foot, you could really use a lot of that power and torque to punch your way out of the corners with that glorious V10 screaming in your ears behind you. I might be a little bit biased, there's no denying that, but
don't worry, me too. I'm biased towards the V12 engine of the Aston Martin Vantage GT3. The same case. Two more valves, but naturally aspirated, make it work.
Yeah, I wish we had more V12 race cars in the current time, but because V12s
trying to look for an overtake but doesn't get it done. Just try and have a look at it as you go on the straight and have another try in another lap, as the NXX is also sneaking up on them as we speak. Please continue.
Solon seeming to just sit about half a second behind, so they're not impacted too heavily by the dirty air. Oh, as Prisoners Nothing's looking side by side into... forgive me, I don't know the corner name.
Turn 2. And that allows NXX to try and have a look around here in the infield section, which is a very, very interesting fight brewing up for the podium position.
Yeah, these drivers were fairly close together in qualifying trim, so it does not surprise me that these main three are in such a close-knit battle together.
As Moza here actually trying to make an overtake on the M4 of Muscat, and can they make the move stick? I think they can. They have made the move stick. But they taking advantage of move here into the sharp corner here. But it seems like Muscat went wide and could not follow up.
Yeah, Moza there taking advantage of the BMW's very good abilities under brakes. Despite its size, it's a car that's typically very strong under braking. And if you're able to get the traction down, it's such a powerful car in a lot of tight corners.
Right here, the battle for P3 is still going hard, as the NSX actually is trying to have a little look at the McLaren of Christus, while Christus is also trying to do the same to the Ferrari of Lucasen right here.
Lucasen is playing a lot of the defensive. You can see it from the speed traps. Both the McLaren and Honda are having higher top speed than Lucasen, yet Lucasen keeps them at bay.
It's not all about top speed in some corners, especially not in the twisty sections. A lot of it will be the acceleration, how smoothly you can deliver the power to the surface, especially given the conditions. Lucasen really sort of... Oh, as the Ferrari looked a little bit wobbly over that curbing. But Nottin's and Lucasen still trying... forgive me. Nottin's still trying to look for a way past Lucasen, but just doing enough. As we go
side here, the NSX trying to follow through, actually, getting the slipstream. As Christus, can he complete the move on the outside here? Yes, he can, as the Ferrari backs out. With the NSX trying to have a look at it too, but doesn't seem like they're close enough for this time around. But we will also have to keep an eye on that NSX too.
Yeah, I feel like at this early stage of the race, only 10 minutes into what is going to be a 4-hour total race length today, so Solon is going to be patient if they have any experience around them, which I assume they would. You can hold, if you're experienced enough driver, you can hold on to the faster cars as Solon looks to get slightly better run than Ferrari out of that corner, but gets pushed a little bit wide perhaps.
Perhaps backing out too, I guess. But that loss, the NSX all the time is getting on the Ferrari, which means it's going to have to try to fight back up again.
Yeah, I do wonder if Lucasen has taken the best out of his tyres too early on in this stint. Because that, although they had a great start off the line, wondering if all the battling that they've had with Nottins and Solon has taken the best out of that tyre life.
And Christians has actually already pulled a nice little gap away as these two are fighting here. So
Yeah, 1.2 second gap, that's quite a considerable gap over even just a singular lap.
NSX has a little look there, decides to back out for the time being.
I guess you are seeing a little of bump drafting almost. So close at some of the corners.
Oh, as the NSX makes a cheeky overtake on the infield.
But the Ferrari still have it. Will he get it back though? Well, he doesn't anymore.
Ferrari's
Yeah, I
still
think
very...
Solon.
Yeah, Ferrari's still very close for a move right here, but the NSX uses his light body to pull away just a little bit from the Ferrari.
Yeah, I do believe Solon's more measured approach in the early stage of the race might have helped him there as he's slowly, meter by meter, building a slight gap to Lucasen behind.
This, of course, also might invite Moza here, who is setting lap times that are 8/10 a second faster than Lucasen.
Yeah.
8/10
Definitely
faster
sounds
per
to...
lap. Yes.
Yeah, that's a considerable amount of lap time, even in the realms of GT3. So I'm wondering if my hunch about Lucasen taking the best out of his tyres too early might be the reason why. Because that Ferrari definitely doesn't look as speedy as it was in the early stages. However, it shouldn't be, well, I believe, the GT3 cars run usually around 1 hour before needing a pit stop. If my memory serves me correctly. So it just depends on whether they can make the tyres last in these conditions, unless they decide to get funky with strategy. Which I'm all for. Sometimes, even if you cannot win a race on pace alone, you have to look into things like strategy. Is it worth you running the shorter stints and taking more time? Is it worth the loss? Can you make up the difference that you lose on the pit lane but on the track? One of the things about endurance racing, it's not as simple as just raw speed. It's balancing and maintaining consistency over longer runs, and it really, I argue, it challenges the drivers more than raw pace.
Sweden. As we see his Slade actually catching up and we're looking Rudy Nakamada trying to fight for P6. Hello viewers. But interesting fight building up here as both are Ferraris and both are trying to get a position. Slade looks to be the fastest driver as of now. He's at 1:30.4 while Rudy Nakamada here at 1:30.6.
I must say, though, that now that there's not in the 69, McLaren has managed to get past Lucas, and they have pushed quite a considerable gap even in the early stages of the race, with 2.7, 2.8 gap roughly between themselves and the next car of Solon, the 74 Honda NSX. Starting to see the real gaps build perhaps between some of the cars.
Indeed, as the race is already looking to settle down from now on as the gaps naturally build up, with only two real battles brewing right now between the two BMWs and the two Ferraris. As actually Reska has overtaken already in cross for P9. Very good job on him.
Yes, although according to the stewarding sheet, not without a little bit of contact, but as far as the stewards are concerned, they deemed it no further action, so a little bit of rubbing, but nothing egregious. Perhaps just a little bit of over-under between Reska and Cross.
There is a reason why it's called Grand Touring Racing.
Indeed.
It's based off touring cars. Contact will be there always. The difference is that if there is contact in here, then were it real life scenario, then it wouldn't cost maybe 20,000 euros to fix, but 150.
Yeah, I would not wish to be the one receiving the bill for damaged carbon fiber pieces after a race. Although GT3 racing is much more affordable in the real world versus other previous forms of motorsport, it's still not cheap. With, I believe, the cars averaging either below or just below or just above the roughly £500,000 mark for a season. I could be incorrect. I have not cited my sources for that one.
I think as of right now, they are jumping between 300,000 to 500,000 euros.
Yeah, in my head I was thinking it's sort of typically under the 500,000 mark. But I guess it depends on the manufacturer and what support you wish to get from them as part of the purchase.
If I remember correctly, Aston Martin Vantage, the car that we don't see currently on the grid, is among the more expensive ones. At least it was a few years ago. I am not sure how it is today.
I want a Callaway C7 Corvette on the grid again.
Who doesn't? There's many great GT3 cars that have been made in the past or are driving currently, but we sadly don't have.
I will admit, though, I think one of my favourite GT3s was the BMW Z4, especially when it was driven by... oh, forgive me, I'm having a blonde moment. It was in Super GT. Good Smile Racing, in its Super GT guise, that car looked stellar, and the noise that that particular car made was brilliant. Not that any of the cars here don't sound bad per se. It's just that I think in days, maybe I'm just old and I guess a bit nostalgic, to put it politely, but so I definitely have a leaning towards some of the louder, more raucous cars, like that make noises such as the Lamborghini or the Audi.
Was it the older one or the newer one? Because I believe there were 2 generations of the Z4 GT3 cars.
Admittedly, I'm not 100% sure. But then again, I must say that engine noise does not make all of a car great to drive. It's certainly a great aural experience, AURAL, for anyone, well, you know, anyone gets confused over what I'm saying, but because that's one of the complaints I've definitely heard about the current BMW M4. Ah, yes.
Yes, the M4. Been on Nürburgring GP once, the ADAC GT Master Series, and there were 2 M4s driving. And I was sort of disappointed, to be honest, because I heard the Porsches were screaming, you could hear them like kilometer away, the same with Mercedes.
Absolutely.
I have a Lamborghini, but M4, you just didn't hear it. So.
Yeah, I'll admit that having also had the luxury to visit Nürburgring Nordschleife 4 ADAC GT Masters as well, I'd laugh if we were both at the... Hang on, I must ask, what year did you go? Because I went in 2022.
Wait, let me check. Second, I will check the photos from which day I had those.
Yeah.
I remember it wasn't especially warm that day. And I was sitting on Yokohama at that time. God, where I have those photos.
Because I believe for certain... Sorry.
It is quite a sad thing about the M4 though, that the ACC butchered its sound so bad. Both the GT4 and the GT3. We can have a listen here actually.
I wouldn't say it sounds bad, but over the course of the time, I can imagine this car making you sleepy. If it makes any sense.
Yeah. Although,
it just doesn't have
apologies
this
to interrupt. Have we just lost a vehicle? Because it looks like the Ferrari, the number 20 Ferrari has disappeared from the timing screens.
Yes, we have indeed lost the number 20 Ferrari. It could be a disconnect. Very, very unfortunate, as if you reconnect, you're going to have to sit in the pits. You're going to lose a few laps, which is game over for an endurance race like this. Unless others lose the laps too.
Yeah, potentially. It's maybe sort of more detrimental in the shorter races, but in an endurance race, I really hope it isn't a disconnect and it's just a technical issue on my side. But I do not see them for love nor money. But there's always a chance in an endurance race, because of its length, that you can recover a considerable amount of time, positions, and everything else on the track if you are to suffer an incident that puts you down, or technical issues that puts the car down, both in the real world and in sim racing. So, as hard as it can be, it's one of those things where you need to have the never give up mentality, even if things don't go your way.
Yes, on the SimGrid sign-up page, it says rage quitting it for losers. You have to agree to that in order for you to sign up to an event. So
I don't even believe it's rage quitting. It's just sometimes the car can be too damaged to continue in some circumstances.
Yes, that is not rage quitting. If the cars become too undrivable, then you have the right to leave. But if you rage quit because of some simple thing like the door tapping, or you're not doing the lap times you're expecting, then that is not the right mentality to have.
We are unfortunately seeing here a game, so it might just as well be a connection problem.
As
I've not seen them
actually, the BMWs getting close to each other here. Let us see this battle.
Yeah, perhaps like with earlier, the Moza might have spent a lot of the tyre life early on in this stint trying to get past.
Someone's asking who's number one here. Number one is Christos Snotis, currently in the McLaren, having impressive 3-second lead to P2. So
Yeah.
let's get back to the fight with the BMWs.
The 69 JP Motorsport of Christos Snotin's managing to pull out a good gap in the early stage of this first stint. However, it's still 3.5 hours to go. If my memory serves me well, it will be roughly another 30 minutes before we get our first pit stops. So things can change at the drop of a hat. Anything is possible. But yeah, Muscat really hanging on to the rear of Moza. The 54 Intercont VMD SimSport very close on the rear of the number 2 Project Vapor BMW. Just under half a second as we see them now. Little bit of a flash, not sure why. I must have missed something. But
He's already sure that he will overtake him, that's why. Yeah, he's giving him a warning. It's fair thing to do, I can understand why, but
yeah.
Moza definitely knows he's there. So if anything, that amounts to another type of a psychological warfare here, right on this track right now.
Yeah, that is true. Sometimes a little bit of inter-car communication between different teams does not hurt. However, no one's obliged to get out of the way. They just merely keep things sensible, especially if you're fighting for position, be it in class or overall track position. Muscat's still close, but not looking for the move just yet. It's probably saving tyres momentum. Slowly bringing down the gaps between. Definitely a couple of very close competitors here. Sort of looking at their last lap times, 7.95 versus, correction, sorry. The number 2 with a 32.66 and the number 54 with a 32.58. Yeah. Sheldon is definitely looking and wanting to find a way past. Trying to, like you said, perhaps do a little bit of psychological warfare, being slightly off the usual line through certain corners, find the momentum, find a way past. Another little razzle-dazzle from the lights there. Probably trying to indicate, hey, you know I've got a few tenths on you. Let's just make this simple, or at least that's my thoughts anyway. It's usually my perspective going into things. Not a case of flashing like others can perceive as, get out of my way! No. Sometimes it's worth losing a small battle to win a larger proverbial war, so if, as Muscat and Moza go down the start-finish line once again, close but not quite close enough to make a move.
I'm wondering one thing. As a joke, if Moza is answering him, there are blinkers, right?
Yes. In Assetto Corsa, the blinkers are a feature that we can use. So it would be quite funny, and admittedly I use them as well, usually to indicate if I've got a faster lapping car behind where I'm going.
I remember when I was driving against Shike Hawken, and I think it was back in IVGTC. We were on Watkins Glen and we did overtake onto American, what was it called? Eau Rouge and Radulum. So, but I remember him flashing me, and I actually answered him. I don't know if he saw the blinkers.
Oh, are you thinking of the S's after Watkins Glen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great sequence. That's a good. It's quite on the surface, it's quite a simple series of corners, but if your car isn't set up right through there, it's surprising how much difference a couple of small tweaks can make.
It's all about keeping up the rhythm. Flow is one thing, but if the track is having steady rhythm and you can use it to your advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things that whenever I've been trying to encourage others to get into endurance racing, it's all about rhythm and consistency. You don't have to be going 10/10, 100% the entire way, but it's finding a comfortable level that's right for the pace that you're demanding, but also not pushing the limits too far.
And Muscat is trying to find all the pace that he can demand.
Yeah.
Keeping all the time the same rhythm as in the previous few laps. Still on the rear of Moza.
Yeah, still roughly within half a second, but perhaps a little bit of frustration eking into the driver's seat of Sheldon Muscat with the Intercom VMD SimSport. Because definitely looking for that way past.
Yeah, it has increased a little bit actually, up to 7/10 right now.
Yeah. And that's another thing, especially in the hotter track conditions, is that you can push for a couple laps to try and get past somebody, but there's always a compromise being made, and that is ever so evident in endurance racing. You can push for a couple of laps, use a good percentage of your tyre life, but it will leave you at a detriment later on. Or you can save your tyres, be just slightly slow in raw speed, but more consistent over the longer run. And that can sometimes pay back massive dividends as the race goes forward.
It's an investment.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it. You can invest in the short-term performance of the car and yourself as a driver or your teammate, or you can invest more long-term, almost in the situation. Perfect way of putting it. I didn't think of it like that before. I'm going to steal that if I'm honest.
And then you get like the investor the dividend from the
maker.
maker.
I didn't think of that. Yeah. Dividends and such like that. All this investor talk, my brain's going to shut down. Yeah, although I just noticed that Cathal Slade, apologies if I have incorrectly pronounced your surname, of KA Motorsport, number 27 Ferrari, has slowly kept the gap fairly consistent on the 96 Ferrari of Ruby Necamata of Queen's designs. Maybe not in striking distance just yet, but I've noticed for a while that gap has stayed fairly consistent. Maybe they're running similar setups, maybe the drivers are performing at a similar level, but it's a good consistency, because sometimes you don't want to be right on the rear of the car ahead of you for things like dirty air, as that can, depending on your setup or the car ahead of you setup, that can really compromise you in some of the mid-high speed stuff.
And also, you know that this is a driver swap race, so maybe when the driver swaps do happen, we can see some change in the pace of the car itself. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops, I guess.
Absolutely, because different drivers will perform to the best of their abilities. Like, I know from my own relative experience in endurance racing that I'm not the fastest, but I'm nothing if not consistent, even if it's consistently slow. But sometimes consistency is all you need from a certain driver. You keep the car on the track, you avoid incidents, other traffic where applicable, not getting off tracks or any penalties from the stewards. Just keeping things simple, sometimes a great way to go through a stint. And you can let maybe a faster driver in your team do some of the more, or a more experienced driver perhaps, do some of the more spicier parts of racing. That, and it all also depends with the driver swaps, whether one driver does a single stint, whether one driver does a double stint. It can vary quite a lot, so you can have a good mashup of different drivers with slightly different driving styles all together on the track at once.
And besides, we don't always know which driver is the faster of the two.
Exactly.
If we are speaking of driving styles, actually, there's mainly 3 styles that are prevalent here: understeer cars, balance cars, and oversteer cars. I personally like a balance or understeer car. They fit towards my driving style of just slamming the throttle, trying to get the car rotated with that instead of using the brake to rotate the car, which is like I like cars like the M4 or front engine cars in general. They're good for me, which as I found out. But it's not like I cannot drive mid-engine cars. They're still good because they still have that rotation that I inherently need, but without having to do much of the heavy lifting of the brakes, which the oversteer cars seems to be utilizing a lot more, like stuff like the Porsche, the NXX, and even the Ford Mustang to an extent, because it's front wheel drive. The fact that it's just got so much power that is very difficult to put down makes it a kind of oversteery car in my experience.
I'd say certain cars suit certain drivers better than others. I come from primarily a mid-engine background with the likes of the Lamborghini. I'm forgetting what cars I've driven now, forgive me. Been driving too many other cars elsewhere. My brain's just pulled a blank. But as someone that's done a few endurance races in the Lamborghini, for example, albeit I don't think in this particular guise that we have in Assetto Corsa Competizione, it's one of those, again, it's the uniqueness of the drivetrain and the chassis. The Audi and Lamborghinis, like I said previously, are very known for their off-throttle oversteer, where as you pull off the throttle in the braking zones as you go to turn in, the differential unlocks and allows the car to get a lot more rotation. But cars like the BMW, another car of which I personally have driven a lot of, that setup, you can set it up multiple ways. It also depends on the track you're racing at. Could be the type of race. So like we're an endurance race today, where you probably ideally want less oversteer and more stability in the corners and the higher speed sections. Whereas if you're doing like a 1 hour sprint race per se, you would potentially lead towards that more oversteery setup, because you want to proverbially drive the car to the ragged edge. You want to get the absolute maximum out of the car in a shorter race, but over endurance, as Muscat seems to be struggling on the tyres a little bit there through turn 2, I believe. Yes. Turn 1, turn 2? Yes. Forgive me, I had to double check my track map. With the front engine nature of cars, it can struggle on turning, so you do have to adjust your braking style. Trail braking into certain corners is something I found that really helps with the BMW per se. Because you wouldn't have thought that a car of its size could be so agile and nimble. It's a surprisingly adaptable car, the BMW.
Yes, and even in version 1.8 of ACC, the M4 was actually not the best car in ACC before the balance patches put it back down the order and made the McLaren the new best, but it's still right up there with the best of the best cars in GT3, as you can see here.
Yeah. Well, I can only base things off my own experience, so I hope that anybody watching is not taking what I say as gospel. But from my relative experience, the BMW, in a lot of cases, both IRL in Assetto Corsa Competizione and other racing games of this type, the BMW is a very flexible car given its setup. It does have its strengths and weaknesses. The inline 6 in the nose of that car can be a bit of a pain to get through certain corners, resulting in you having to adjust your setup to be a little bit more tail happy than you're perhaps comfortable with, combined with the twin turbo nature of the engine setup, if you're not well versed in managing your right foot, and if you're not aware of the turbo lag as it kicks in, it can become squirrely on exit. But that's all part of the fun of learning the cars, especially in a variety of scenarios. So we've got Valencia here today, which seems to be more mix of high-speed sweeping corners with low mid-speed tighter sections, whereas Spa-Francorchamps, you've got the very tight, the source hairpin for turn 1, you've got Eau Rouge Radillon up the hill on the run down to the Kennel Straight, one of those very high load, high downforce corners, which does demand a lot of the cars. And various cars will have their strengths and weaknesses. Forgive me if I was rambling.
Now, Adrian, you like to drive, let's admit, cars that are a little bit quirky, like the Porsche 935 and the Jaguar. And stuff like
I like the
GTO
challenge.
Aston.
I like the challenge. So, like with Aston, I definitely enjoyed that the car gives me assurance. It's more understeery than oversteery in nature, despite humongous torque, because of its rear wing, most probably, which is almost twice as wide as the car feels like. Jaguar, I guess it's the same. It's something maybe not new, but different. And 935, it just looks cute. It speaks a lot towards the people that are enjoying like the older racing cars because of its design, or more of its car body, which is meant to imit the old Porsches of the time.
Yes, where some of the older Porsches perhaps had more flowing bodywork and wider wheel arches to support both stylistically but also aerodynamics as part of it. It's some of the classic stuff really helps sort of get into motorsport.
There are many brands today that are doing almost the very thing. They're going a bit towards how the cars looked back in the day. We are seeing it more with those like more luxurious brands, going back to Aston Martin with their Valiant and the Victor, which are modern old Mustangs of Europe, I would say, because of how their design looks.
Yeah. Well, I guess another thing could be said about like the Ford Mustang, because it went through the stage like with its Fox body era, that it didn't look anything like the original pony cars that were designed in
It's got more curves, pretty much.
Yeah, like I forget when the Mustang was actually initially launched. 1964. Okay, forgive me, I had to do some homework in the background. But like ever since they did I think it might have been it was the generation after the Fox body, so I believe
The SN95.
I think that's the one. I'm not sure. I'm not the best knowledgeable, but
SN95.
yeah.
And then the new Edge that comes after that, and then the 2005 ones that we all know and love.
Yeah. It's a retro futuristic styling is not a bad thing. And you can see a lot of like with the Mustang pay homage to its earlier 60s stylings. That, and it's got a classic American style V8 in it. So as much as people go, oh, why do you want an engine that big? Something has to be said about, you know, the old, I guess, proverbial joke of there's no replacement for displacement. Especially with the noise. It's a very carnal experience with some cars.
And this is another one of those cars that can be joking about, just like how big the BMW M8 was, or Bentley, or M4. We have in another one, the Mustang. It just drives and it blocks the whole track.
Yeah, I definitely had some interesting challenges during our last season of V-Track, trying to get around the Mustang.
You just don't see the track.
I mean, I can't say much considering I was driving a BMW, and we know the BMW itself is not a small car. But even then, like it makes the Mustang makes the BMW look small, and that's something I never thought I'd see. The Mustang's stance is certainly just that little bit more intimidating than the BMW.
And it's also much bigger. Mustang is actually one of the biggest size GT3s currently in ACC, probably the biggest. We have the Bentley here too, so the Bentley is actually light.
On the grid.
The Bentley is light, but it's big. And then there's also stuff like the M6. So
Shame that we don't have the Audi R8 on the grid right now for comparison. I think if we had Audi R8 right next to that BMW that you are seeing right now, I think it would be just as high as the doors of this car.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit higher. I don't know. I have seen only the normal R8 IRL. I haven't seen one racing, I believe, or at least not right now. I never really paid that much attention to it. I think I should have.
The BMW is certainly an imposing car in its own right, having stood next to one at the GT Masters.
And now it seems like the right time to do a grid rundown, as the race has settled down quite a bit with no battles going on. So in P1 is Christus Nottins, keeping that lead safe and healthy, doing consistent 131s. 7-second gap to P2, which is Solon in the Reiter factory car NXX Evo. And in P3 is Moza in the number 2 Project Vapor M4, really benefiting from the fact that the number 20 Ferrari has disconnected from the race. And also P4, which is Muscat, who we have seen having a nice battle with Moza over here, but seems to have lost some tire wear and is now backing off for the time being. And in P5 is Ruby Nekomata, just trying to keep steady here, trying to bring the car to the end. Ferrari has okay tire wear, but you would still want to protect the tires in this kind of conditions with 32 degrees air temperature, 42 degree track temperature, very brutal around here. And in P6 we have Phil Slade. 1 or 2 Australians racing here, if I'm not wrong, along with Asahi Empire. They're going in P6, just keeping up with Ruby Nakamata, I guess. And in P7, the leading Wild Thing Scar of Julian Messner. Pretty much in no man's land right now, no cars around him for quite a while. And in P8 is Reska Kyoso, just also trying to keep that lead from Aurelian Cross, who has lost the position to Reska early on, but I believe the oh,
seems like another car just disconnected.
yes, Aurelian has disconnected.
I thought that was just a technical issue on my end, but yes, Aurelian has indeed disconnected, I hope.
I'm glad we got them out of the way in the grid overview, at least. But yeah, very unfortunate.
You are glad?
Well, get out of the way might not be the ideal wording, but
I don't think that was very fitting. The timing of it.
Yeah, we pretty much cursed them. I apologize.
Oh, dearie me. Yeah, it sucks to see competitors drop out of the race.
Yes, because they actually have a very fast driver under the sleeves in the form of Daryl Young, who has not started the race. So very unfortunate situation. I'm sorry I cursed them or whatever, but yeah, it is what it is. So
Yeah, Young, you did it again. Why are you cursing everybody so much?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, but
maybe going back to Nürburgring. I was there 8th August, 6th August 2022. Were you there maybe by accident as well?
for the GT Masters
88,
race,
the GT Masters, yeah.
for the GP at the GP track, yeah.
Yeah. At least
Yeah,
the shorter. I think I was for the shorter one. They were not driving the full circuit with the Schumacher assist.
Yeah, that was I can't believe we were at the same track and never noticed. It's
Where were
it's
you?
a small world. Genuinely, yes.
I don't think you were there in track at that time.
That's probably what it was. I wasn't in tracc.eu at the time.
Where were you? Because I was on Yokohama, the first corner.
I think I think the Friday or the Saturday we sat in the BMW, the main. Can't even remember the words. They forgive me. The main seating area before moving to the Mercedes arena. I think on the Saturday or Sunday. Because I remember seeing the Porsche Cup race.
That where one Porsche went sideways and got stuck on the side. Right?
Yeah, that little bit of tire contact, like that was like it's something like seeing an incident in person is completely different to seeing it on a sim video game. But it also
like internet of somebody jumping around on the race right now. So, sorry for interruption.
Yeah. Slade is.
Ouch.
Oh, it seems we had another disconnect. Or not really.
Oh,
maybe
goodness.
just... Yes, that's another disconnect. Not just a little game glitch. So, yeah, this race is really, Oh no, they are actually back, actually. I don't see them on the timing screen in race control, but they are.
No, we have lost.
Yes, we have lost the number 27 Ferrari.
Why is it always Ferraris?
I could not tell you. Could not tell you.
Well,
It's unfortunate to see competitors drop out of the race, even if they're not necessarily running in the upper field so far, because the one thing that with endurance racing is that nothing is over until the checkered flag falls. So, not that I would ever wish ill upon anybody, not in my nature, but a car that is leading for a majority of the race can have issues. I hope that's not the case. Touch on wood. Sort of almost putting my
Thinking of it, the car is still in game, so I assume that the other player is online right now and he might be waiting for a green flag from his pit lane.
Perhaps, yeah. I do forget that's a thing.
But they are not on the track right now, or nor on the race control, so I think it's safe to assume they have a disconnect, or maybe some serious problems, I guess. Again, unfortunate. This time I did not curse them though, but yeah. People are certainly not surviving the race in an unexpected way, not by crashing out, not via the heat, but via internet.
The solar flares. It's the solar flares' fault.
I hope not. I hope not. They're not. I mean, they're not back.
Outside of my window, there is literally blue sky right now, not a single cloud. That's like in Valencia.
I wish I could say the same. It's currently cloudy and humid in my part of the UK. But yeah.
See the lonely car of Julian Messner coming towards turn 1.
Another very fast young man in racing games. Definitely a lot of potential and skill behind the wheel.
Yes, Julian Messner is actually pretty young, actually. Younger than you might think. For reference, I am 18 years old and I'm not that fast. I'm like average on midfield on most races. But Julian Messner is he's not an alien, but he's fast. He definitely keeps up. He has I think he has a couple race wins in track actually, but he definitely goes into the podium often, and the top 5 is top 5 overall is pretty much guaranteed for any race Julian Messner enters. Very, very good performance. Like Pro High says, big potential in this guy. We'd love to see what he's up to into the future.
Yeah. Because that's the one thing that is important when it comes to driver development. It's taking your raw pace and ability and really, one, ironing out the rougher edges, because I know from my own driving that I've got a lot of rough edges, but sort of also working on how to extend your own, I guess, work on your consistency.
Yes, like they all say, you gotta start young. Max Verstappen started karting from 3 years old. Nicholas Latifi didn't do it until he was 13. And you know how the two drivers went, so...
Yeah. I believe there's a little bit more to the Verstappen story than just young age of karting, but yeah, it's one of those things where starting younger does help a lot, because it lets you learn sort of the mechanics quite early, where your brain is a lot more apt to learning these things. I say that as someone that's into my 30s, definitely not the fastest, but you know, I'm not a spring chicken myself.
As we have news from car number 9, they say their game has crashed, so car 9 is out. RIP.
That's unfortunate to see.
Adrian, you want to say
we are
something?
having a first pit lane. We are having a first pit lane.
Yes, indeed.
Number
That's number 54 of Muscat.
Perhaps a slightly early pit stop, perhaps?
Yes,
Not
it's slightly
necessarily.
early as the stint limit is 1 hour 15 minutes, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of the fuel or tyre wear that might have been the trigger for this earlier pit stop, because you can stop 55 minutes into a full stint, but from my memory, typically, if you're running a full tank, a GT3 usually lasts 1 hour to 1 hour and 10 minutes, roughly, depending on conditions and driver.
Oh yeah, the stint limit is actually 1 hour 10 minutes, so...
So yeah, although an earlier stop for the Intercom VMD SimSport car might put them sort of behind the overall leader as they just start going on pit exit now as the 69 McLaren crosses the line. I believe. That's my track mapper's line to me. Yes. I'm not seeing things, I'm just going a little bit doolally. Does not mean that they will necessarily be out of the running. Sometimes, with strategy, the undercut in certain situations can work really well, the overcut can work really well, or you can just pit on schedule with the others. It's all very up in the air. You have to see what times you're doing as a driver, what times, or what your teammate is doing, or what limitations there are in the car. I guess for Muscat, in the 54 BMW, they must, I imagine that looking at how they dropped off from Moza early on, tyre life might have been the prevailing issue there.
Yes, and they also have not opted for driver swap either, so this race has a driving time limit for each driver of 150 minutes, so basically 2 hours and a half of driving time limits, so I think they can get by fine without breaking any stint limit or driving time limit, but interesting to see that they are opting for only one driver swap strategy, so...
Yeah. Although I suppose if a driver is in a good rhythm, despite, I guess, the early battling, sometimes it's more beneficial to leave a driver in for a longer stint. It's something I've done with other racing teams whenever I've done endurance races, regardless of sim, is that sometimes either a double or a triple stint, although I don't believe you can do a triple stint in ACC with its maximum drive time limit.
I believe the max drive time limit can be set up by custom.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
I don't
in
think
this
there's
one
necessarily any dark limit.
in this one is 150 minutes, so You can try triple stinting, but then you can only drive for 30 minutes on that triple stint of yours. So.
Yeah, it wouldn't, unless there's like an emergency situation. I imagine doing like a short 30-minute stint would rarely be beneficial. But we'll have to see how the race plays out. You know, some people could go for the really obscure strategy.
Well, if somebody is lucky, then maybe at some point we will have rain, and if that were the case, then that half-an-hour stint could indeed be helpful.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
weather is variable. We can see only the next half an hour. Who knows? Maybe somehow something will change.
Yeah, I did forget to ask if rain was a possibility for this race, but I guess, like in the real world, it's something that you have to keep in mind, because forecasting can only tell you so much. There's no guarantees that even though rain is forecast, it will hit. It'll hit the entire circuit or even one part of the circuit.
And if you check in the sky on Valencia, you can actually see some clouds. Not much, but they are there.
It could just be a little bit of cloud cover, perhaps something a bit more. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. But I love rain. Certainly mixes things up.
I love rain because I can actually have pace. My only pole positions in track were because it was a rain race, so.
I just love the experience of driving in the rain. I find it a lot more challenging than dry conditions due to the unpredictability. And in some games where you need to be off the primary racing line due to the rubber that's put down, that in dry conditions, well, yeah. Well, it's not just that game that has not just that game that has that kind of wet weather behaviour, as we see the Queen's Design's 96 car in the pit lane. Now, will Ruby be staying in the car, or will they be doing an early driver swap to let Mia sort of get a few laps under her belt?
Reska pitting into, so as the leader car.
Regarding the question on the chat right now, the person on P1, which is right now as well in pits, was Crystal Nottens. He has been
Yes,
just
I
advertising on Honda.
answered that quite a while ago, so.
Then I didn't catch it, sorry.
This one.
There we go, the first 3 pit stops.
It seems that Mia Rose is now in the car, so yes, indeed, they have made an early driver swap.
Interesting decision, because perhaps Mia might be going in for a single stint. She could be doing a double with Ruby running to the end. They could change again at the next pit stop. It all depends. Just that this will shake up the grid for a few laps. Although we've got some cars like the 74 and the number 2 yet to pit. But we'll soon see, because, yeah. Imagine that most cars are running at the end of their fuel tanks or tyre life at this point. But yeah, another driver change as well for the 420 Katsurace team ex-Mirai United VRT car, with Asadani Empire taking the reins of the beautiful pink and white High liveried car.
Yep, this livery is always a staple of Asa in particular.
Yeah.
Brings some color to the grid, which is appreciated.
Oh, absolutely. It's I definitely wish that more race teams out there would do some more colourful, or forgive me, my brain's doing the funny again, or like avant-garde style paint schemes, providing they are within the rules of the competition, of course. Because we know there are certain things that should not be shared on such liveries. Not to discredit the art, it's just that some things are probably best not suited. Although I didn't realise that the previous leader for most of that first stint, the 69 McLaren, has also done a driver shop as well for the Lauritz Iverson. I do apologise if I have mispronounced your name. So let's see if they can build upon the work set by their teammate in the first stint. Slowly sneaking their way into the lead and then building a substantial gap. Yeah.
A very Hanseatic League team roster right here with a Latvian and a Danish driver. Interesting to see, but they are clearly fast drivers. Let's not dismiss them. They have been in the league for the most of the race. So, if they keep this up for Spa 2, which could be likely because again, 720 is equal at Spa, but if they can keep this up at Spa 2, they have a chance to qualify with tracc.eu for the finals. But also not to be discounted is Moza and also the NXX driver, who has also made a driver swap actually to Nathan Misiak. Polish driver here. So, yeah. If the number 2 car pits, the positions will go back to normal as Julian Messner pitting right now, probably trying to get Robin Kasselberger in the car. Or maybe Julian will drive another stint, who knows?
We'll have to see. Although it seems it's interesting that the 701 Wild Things car went for the longer run of the stint rather than a shorter or more average run like a lot of the other competitors. Perhaps they were despite the maybe not ideal pace that they'd want, perhaps sort of the longer stint might do them dividends, give them a chance for a shorter stint in the final hour or so.
And that might give them advantage in the long run as well. With the shorter stint, the tires might have a better health. And considering that there will be already 3 hours of the race over, their concentration might be lagging. So having some sort of that advantage where the tire can last longer might do a difference.
Yeah. As we do see the number 2 BMW pitting for their first stop, which should give the 69 McLaren their lead back. And indeed it does.
As they are beginning to lap Assetto Empire, actually the second drivers get lapped in this race, excluding the drivers that have been disconnected or crashed.
Their engines broke.
Reminds me of when I managed to money shift a car in an endurance race. I think it was an MX-5 when I first started doing endurance racing.
I have thought for a second you're gonna say Porsche in ICC.
No, although I did in a practice session manage to get the BMW to rev to 16,000 RPM somehow. I don't know how I managed that one. I do not know how I managed that, but that inline 6 should not have revved that high.
But Ford once don't know your place. To build a new engine.
I'm a very nice driver. I have never killed an engine in a car, but I have killed tires, double puncture.
The worst that I got, I believe, was either yellow or orange engine in ICC, but I don't remember which.
Yeah, I have gotten a red engine before, but I have never actually killed it, as in it shutting down and completely stopping. But yeah.
The only time where I actually managed to get engine damage is in the rain races for some reason. Not in the dry. In the dry I have no trouble with it.
stint at least. Isham Domingo for the number 2 Project Vapor car. It seems like that Muscat has overcut these guys, or undercut them maybe, and Domingo is trying to catch back up. So
definitely one of those emerging battles of the race. Both Muscat and the original driver of the number 2 car, I'm having a very close battles with one another early on in the first stint. So we'll see if Domingo can continue his teammates' hard work in this second stint.
also,
Because sometimes you don't have to be right on top of them, but being close sometimes is enough.
also, we are open to mid-race interviews. So if you would like to, if you just start with your stint and you would like to give us a little insight, you can always join either the race chat or tune in the vibing channel in tracc.eu Discord server, and we will drag you into our staff voice chat for a little interview.
Yeah, sometimes it's always best hearing some of the information from the drivers regarding the car, the behaviour, the track conditions, as we're not the ones that have been behind the wheel ourselves with their particular car and setup. So it's surprising how much you can learn depending on what the drivers are comfortable sharing. And because it's an endurance race, depending on if and how the conditions change, it could be what could be a detriment could become a bonus later on, or vice versa.
As the gap other casters Mike, who me?
I really hope that it. Oh.
I can try adjusting that. Yeah, it should be better now. I should be heard clearer on the screen now, so. If you missed what I said because the little problem, we are open to mid-race interviews. You can join any of the 2 voice chats available to you in the tracc.eu Discord server, and we will drag you in to the staff voice chat for interviewing. So yeah.
We're finding a second difference between these two. I think we can already start saying that there is a fight ongoing.
Yes, as Domingo is on average probably a second and a half faster than Muscat here.
And Mia is only waiting at the run.
It seems like we have someone who wants to do a mid-race interview. It is Christus, who is one of the drivers in the leading car, the number 69 car. Hello, say hello.
Yeah, hello.
So first of all,
hear me?
what do you want to say?
Okay.
What do you want to say?
Oh no, it's I mean it's an interesting race. We were hoping for a bit more cars, but on the other hand, at the same time, less cars mean, you know, less drama, less action. So from entertainment side, could have been maybe a bit more entertaining with more cars on the grid, but I think, especially taking that it's a qualifier, it's not like a race for fun or something. So at the same time, we'll just take having a bit less cars and just having that peace of mind, basically.
It can be seen We can definitely confirm that it can be seen because of there is very few contacts out there, and we still have seen some fights between you all.
Yeah, because like I mean, with 7 cars and they look pretty spread out, so I don't think we'll get much. Maybe at the end, if someone catches someone, then maybe there could be a little bit of rubbing. But yeah, it's been really peaceful.
Yeah, because
And
both you and your
I've got to tell you.
teammates seem to be have been able to pull out quite a substantial gap in the early stage of the race. How are you managing that over the the track conditions? Because admittedly, I've not driven Valencia myself, but 41-degree track temperature must not be fun to drive in, regardless of how your car's set up.
Yeah, the Valencia as a track itself, it basically just it eats tires. The tires are gone after a couple of laps. So yeah, especially and plus with this heat, yeah, the tires just they melt away. you maybe get like 7-8 laps on a tire that still like somewhat holds the traction, but after like with the start of like 9th or 10th lap, that's it. Like there's no more traction. Like you have to be really careful, especially with the track limits here, because they are pretty harsh. And you can get a DT really easily, so you kind of have to balance out going fast and still keeping the car somewhat under control, because if you want to go fast in this track, you kind of have to be really on the limit and slide the car around a lot. And of course in this heat and with the tires just dying really fast, it is a little bit of a challenge. But now that we have a little bit more of a gap, we can kind of dial it down, let's say like 5%, just not take so many risks. But it is really challenging. Yeah, the car it's sliding a lot. You have to be really careful under braking, because it also tends to just kind of throw the car out in certain turns. And yeah, it's really challenging to drive this track in pretty like how was the word in a hot day, on a hot track.
Yeah, very hot day around here. 41 degrees Celsius on the track.
Oh yeah, like the players just don't want to live.
How would you say that your team would fare on Spa-Francorchamps, the final round?
I think we will probably put up a similar performance to Valencia, because also Spa is a pretty good track for both of us. So if we manage to drive it home in this track, then it's also going to be a bit less pressure on Spa. But yeah, I feel like it's a really comfortable track for us, and we have a lot of experience on it, and we had some good results together on the track. So we hope that we can kind of channel it through to the next race.
Yes, I also wish you good luck in the next race too at Spa. McLaren, certainly fast car there, we all know that. Anything else you want to say?
Not really, just hope everyone is enjoying the day, the race, the stream, and yeah, probably we'll maybe we can chat up after the end of the race. So yeah.
Then all the props to you for the skills and for how the very planted the car is, both from you and your teammate.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, we will say goodbye here. Thank you for interviewing
Yep.
us.
Thank you too, guys.
Best of luck with the rest of the race.
I actually changed Mike's mid interview. It should be better now.
Thought there was a slight boost of vocal quality.
No, especially on the stream, yeah. Especially on the stream, it should be better.
So the car number 54 and number 2, how of a second difference between both of them?
Yes,
Really have
indeed.
closed that gap. Domingo definitely wanting to potentially make a statement to the number 54 of Muscat before their teammate get in that I've got the pace, I potentially might try something. Because Domingo's teammate in the number 2 car definitely definitely showed off a dominant early performance, at least on a shorter term. So seeing if Domingo can perhaps stretch this level of performance out, or
Yes.
we'll see what happens.
There's something to actually report in the middle of this race, which is, I'm glad to say the least. So,
Yeah. Although Mia Rose is not too far behind the pair of them, lurking in that 96 Queen's design Ferrari, wondering if she is able to slowly close that gap like she has been, and see if maybe Mia can strut her stuff and make a statement herself. If she's able to close that currently 2 to 2.5 second gap.
Mia's last lap actually faster than both drivers ahead, so she can probably try to catch up and join in the battle for third place.
She might even live up to her name, Rose, and cut them to the pieces. If you
Well,
will.
one would hope not. I've been caught by those thorns myself in a different league before. Admittedly just for fun, but yeah, Mia's definitely nothing if not very confident in the car given the right circumstances. A lot of our drivers today, despite the fact that the field is so spread out, a lot of them are very confident in their cars with their pace, with the level of performance that they're able to pull out despite the conditions. Because these are very hot. These are very challenging conditions to drive in, as we heard from the one of the two drivers from the number 69 car early on. Very much sounds like they're focusing on a management race versus raw pace and raw track, trying to get every little bit of track position.
I mean, they do have the raw pace. They just need to manage.
Exactly.
Interestingly, throughout the last time, the temperature of the track slightly decreased.
Yeah.
We are not having 42 degrees anymore, it's 41.
Maybe. I mean, admittedly, I'm not too confident in, how sensitive tyres can be here, but I guess we'll see shortly as to whether that makes a substantial difference or not on the performance of our drivers. Well, I've just noticed that, speaking of the number 69, they're slowly catching up to Robin Katzelberger in the Wild Things Racing 701 BMW, probably to lap them. Yeah, definitely to lap them. So it's clear that the 69 car has a good pace advantage over a lot of the field today. Just unfortunate we've lost so many competitors early on.
Yeah, heat stroke gets a lot of people these days.
Ooh, don't remind me. Do not remind me. I struggle a lot with heat stroke in the heat. Oh dear. Remember doing an endurance race myself 3 or 4 weeks ago with another regular community member, and I think I got a bit delirious doing 3 hours in one go. So that's another thing as well with endurance racing. It's not just the physical demands. Even though it is just a video, one could argue, oh, you're just playing a video game. Assetto Corsa Competizione is rather rigorous and intense with the feedback it gives you as a player. Somewhat depending on the hardware you have, somewhat. But also it's the mental side of things in endurance racing. How do you juggle your focus and attention for long periods?
I can tell you, Evan, that on my Logitech, one overtake.
Oh.
Almost 7 overtake. I can tell you, Evan, from my experience on my Logitech G923, that even on this slow grade for feedback, after an hours, I am all sweating.
And then me on the controller, my fingers hurt.
And another type of a fitness.
Yeah.
The finger fitness.
Yeah, a near overtake between Domingo and Muscat, but Mia Rose again bringing that gap down slowly but surely. Currently 1.8 seconds. I believe the last time we looked it was 2.5. It's slowly coming down. Mia slowly creeping towards them. Is there a chance that we have a three-way battle here shortly?
Yes, indeed. Pretty exciting battle for podium position.
So I will say, though, that although Mia is catching up to both the 54 and 70, correction, the number 2 and 54 BMWs, getting past them is another thing entirely. And those BMWs, I know from my own driving experience, they can kick off a lot of dirty air as you get within like 1 second to half a second. Just because of their size. It's great in a straight line, but if you're in a lot of the mid-high speed corners, you will notice the understeer. Just wondering whether or how Mia's going to be able to cope with that in that Ferrari.
Seems to have gone a gap built up here, up to 0.8 seconds now. Muscat is last lap was 3/10 faster than Domingo's, so maybe the tires are just starting to die off now. So
yeah, perhaps Domingo was facing a similar issue with the tyre life in the BMW. Not just in the BMW per se, but in any car around here. But within that 1 to 0.5, especially with 0.5 second window, but also in like the 1 second window behind the car ahead, you really start to feel how the dirty air from the car ahead of you affects the aerodynamics. You just have to try to accommodate with more turning in the wheel. Maybe you push a little bit too hard on the tyres and take the best out of them because you're trying to catch up to them and trying to find that little advantage. So perhaps maybe that Domingo might have taken a bit much out of his tyres early on, but we'll have to see.
it seems like Reska here has come in for presumably mid-race interview. So hello, Reska.
Hello.
How are you getting on over there, Reska?
We are struggling, if you can tell. I did have a nice little battle with I think it was a Wild Things BMW, the fallen one that is no longer in the race, which is a shame, because that was really our only direct competition, it seems. So it was quite nice. We were going to see how that plays out over the course of the race. Not sure if their other driver was faster, etc. So, but they've fallen out. So Ace is in the car now, and she is doing her best. We are gradually catching the other Wild Things car, I think, gradually, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. So we're just hanging in there at the moment.
Yeah, I was wondering how, admittedly someone that's not driven a lot of Valencia, how the Lamborghini itself handles around here. It seems that although its benefits of enjoying off-throttle rotation in some corners doesn't seem to be benefiting here with its unique mannerisms.
Yeah, the only other car I've driven here is the 296, which is overall like a very stable car and everything, but I don't find the Lamborghini particularly more unstable. I'm relatively new to the Lamborghini, only second race in it, but it generally does what I want it to, you know. There's obviously a lack of pace, but I feel like that is probably more on the end of skill issue than any particular downfall of the car. Although I must say I was struggling with straight line speed against that BMW earlier, the M4. And the M4 isn't exactly known for its top speed anyway, particularly, so that was pretty frustrating actually, and seems like probably the most annoying part of this car in terms of actually battling for a position.
Although at least you can't complain about the soundtrack it gives you whilst you are driving. Assuming you're into D10s.
Yeah, I mean, I love Audi in general, but I don't really drive the R8 Evo 2 because I don't like it. But for some reason, the Lambo, which I've avoided trying until recently, is actually way better for me at least. It's a lot more predictable, I suppose, especially over the course of a longer stint. I was struggling a bit at the end of the stint here, but you know, it's a long full hour compared to our shorter stints in VTrack that we normally do.
How would you comment on the conditions, the absolute brutal conditions around here?
Yeah, it's hot. Our right rear is kind of notably getting a bit warm all the time, but the Lambo holds up. You know, it gets you know, you lose pace as it goes on, but it's not like we're sliding everywhere. It's not like the car becomes hard to control. The rear end is in line. We're running some high TC to prevent it being any worse than it is, but like it's fine. And I think if I was driving the Audi or the 992 Porsche, which I've also had those sorts of issues with, then I at least would be struggling way more than we actually are here.
Yeah, because Assetto definitely seems to be doing her best in that very striking paint scheme on that KRT Mirai Lambo.
Yeah, she did a great job with the Blahage livery, or however you say that shark's name. I don't really know. Yeah, it probably best looking car on track. I'm gonna call it, especially when there's only a few custom liveries. I think so anyway. But yeah, she did a great job with that, and she's doing a good job on track as well. I think she's got more pace than me, and she's been, as I say, she's gradually catching the 701 just a bit. I don't think we're gonna really get there, and I think when Metzner gets back in the car and I get back in the car, I think Metzner's gonna pull away from me like he was in the first stint. So, not sure it's enough, but she's doing a great job to actually bring that gap down from what it was at the start of the stint.
You can thank me later for cursing the other Wilding Star.
What did you do?
The current running joke with us in the broadcast booth today is that poor Seong over here has been giving some competitors the commentator's curse with those that have befallen us, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was doing a grid rundown, and when I got to them, they disconnected from the race.
No way.
For real. That was very unfortunate. The timing too, man.
I was kind of expecting a battle with them because I think, was it Daryl Young was the second driver in the car, who
Yes.
I believe is very quick. So you know, we were kind of expecting them to come back at us in this stint and then, you know, go either way as the race went on. It could have been interesting, but it's just not going to happen now.
It's unfortunate because as much as, you know, raw pace is one thing to do, sometimes the battles we see emerging, as I've just realised that Mia Rose is indeed still catching the two BMWs of the number 2 and the 54, slowly but surely catching up to them, putting her in the position to battle. Do you think you're able to do think you and Asa will be able to do the same thing against the 701 later on in the run?
Yeah, I don't know. The overtaking certainly seems possible.
Oh,
As Mia sends it right up the inside. Apologies for interjecting, Reska. Very demanding move there from Mia Rose. Definitely something that I've seen from her in the past. Just the right amount of momentum, right amount of steering angle, a lot of good car control there.
yeah. Yeah, so Reska, if you could continue what you were saying before, in case you haven't finished.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that we struggle maybe a little bit with straight line compared to the M4. I imagine that it's running a similar setup to the other Wild Things, you would assume. So, but it is possible. I don't know about those drivers, but the other drivers in the other car the first one anyway, they struggled a little bit with the rear maybe a third of the way into the stint, so they were particularly having a very weak turn 1. I don't know if you caught it on the broadcast, but we were able to go side by side with them into turn 2 a couple of times in a row, so we can't just slipstream by into turn 1, but if an opportunity comes, we can get alongside and we can fight it out, and we are strong there, I think, when we actually get side by side with them. So the sort of infield sections were better than the BMW, perhaps, just not so much on the straights.
With that in mind, do you think that kind of benefit of the acceleration will benefit you more in the next round at Spa-Francorchamps?
I don't think we have an advantage on like acceleration or top speed. I think it's more in the corners. So actually thinking about Spa, I think Chuckles, I'm in danger is the appropriate GIF for the situation. Yeah, it might be a tough one. The setup will be different though. You can probably get away with a lower downforce setup at Spa. I mean, you want one. Here, not so much. Like there is a fairly big straight, but there's the rest of the track is just high-ish speed corners, medium to high speed corners. So you want a load of downforce on the car at Spa. You probably want less downforce. So maybe with less downforce, we are more in line with other people. But certainly today, we don't have that top end, and I think if it's the same at Spa, it will be even more challenging to make moves.
Well, forgive us for sort of brain farting, but it's very much been appreciated that you drop in for us today. Helps keep the conversations fresh, as although we can guess and watch what you guys are doing in the car, sometimes it's best to hear it direct from you guys, where the strengths and weaknesses are, what troubles you're facing, and also, if comfortable, strategy sometimes. Because one of the cars, I think it might have been the 54 BMW of Intercom VMD SimSport, they decided for an early pit stop at the end of their first stint, about 5-10 minutes before everybody else.
Like five minutes sort of before the hour, was it?
Yeah, it was roughly 55. Yeah, I think it was roughly 55 minutes into the previous hour. Do you think you'll be doing anything like that, or are you just gonna keep...
We're pretty evenly splitting it, honestly, because I feel like any short stint you do at one point means only extending the tires later, and the tire wear is high here. A lot of heat gets into the tires. You don't actually really want to go longer than you have to, and the most even spread is of course an hour on each set. So unless they were struggling early on, maybe they took a lot out of the tires early on in the first stint with everyone together, and they know they can save the tire later on to make up for that, and just want to pit early to get off that shredded set. Maybe that's their thought. I didn't really particularly feel the need to do anything like that on my stint though.
But you're not striking the idea off completely. It's just improbable as it stands.
It won't. I mean, in our position, honestly, it's not. It's going to make very little difference whether we put 5 minutes early, 5 minutes late, or dead on the hour. So we might as well just split the tires evenly. Have me and Ace both with like the same combination of fuel weight and tire, without any of us having to have a heavier car or go longer on the tires. So yeah, I think we might be the last stint may be slightly shorter because we're pitting after the hour each time. So perhaps that first stint was technically the longest, and each following stint, hopefully we'll have just a little bit less tire wear, but we shall see.
Indeed, and anything's possible. Nothing's over until the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, I mean, 7th is higher than we expected based on the pace in practice and qualifying, and even after initially passing that BMW. So it's 7 currently out of 7, but hey, it's higher up the order than we were gonna be. So you're right, anything can happen.
Yeah. Well, best of luck, and thank you again for joining us. We shall let you get back off to your teammate Asa, and hopefully you two have a success for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, and thanks for your work on the broadcast, guys.
Have a good one, Reska. That was one of the two drivers from the... forgive me, I'm having a brain fart again. The 420 Katsa Race Team X Mirai United VRT car. So, as we have been talking, again, it does seem like, although going back to one of the earlier battles between the 96 and the 54, it does seem like Mia Rose has been able to build a gap on Domingo and also slowly gaining on Muscat in the 54. It depends whether she can make another dominant move like she did on Domingo.
I don't want to sound disrespectful, but the move that she did was straight up brutal. She just annihilated the other driver. I don't know if the other driver saw it, that he went to the right side maybe, or was the dive simply so perfect and so well executed that he couldn't do anything against it.
Yeah, at least when I saw it initially, that initial dive, it definitely looked like it was one that was a car that was in full control. Definitely one of those sort of Mia Rose moves that, when they're good moves, definitely been stabbed by a thorn or two in fun leagues with Mia. Nothing like going 3 wide at Road America. No, Road America? Correction, at Road Atlanta. Definitely a scary experience going 3 wide at Road Atlanta with Mia. On the inside, mind you.
It's scary going 3 wide at Road Atlantic, Jen.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's
very...
exciting.
Oh, absolutely. It's just if you're willing to go 3 wide, you best hope that the other 2 drivers, 1, know that you exist, and 2, all of you combined have the confidence to properly navigate the corner. Because I think, like I might have muttered earlier, or rambled earlier, you can take a small loss for a larger gain later down the road. So you can maybe lose the position in a corner, but if that car has to pit early for fuel, tyres, or any other issues they might be facing, you can always gain that advantage back, which is one of the good things about endurance racing versus, or personally, versus maybe shorter sprint races. You've got more chance to either recover from, I guess, quote-unquote mistakes, or perhaps build upon something. So, like, speaking of building, the 69 car, JP Motorsport, they've got a nigh on 30-second gap now to P2. Definitely a statement of intent today from them.
And the gap from Mia Rose to Muscat has actually dropped below 1 second, so quite easily Broom have to win these 2 for the final podium spot. Let's see if anything can be made of this.
Yeah, we saw Mia's early move, so we're all wondering whether she can repeat that same kind of thing and give Ruby a good platform to run the next stint, assuming they are just switching at every pit stop.
Track has also gotten milder too, air temps and the track temp dropping 1 degree each.
Sometimes that small degree or half degree of difference can make a big impact depending on how you've treated the tyres and how you put your car set up.
1 hour.
Ooh, that would be interesting, that's for sure. I don't know if it was on the initial forecast expectations for the rain, but anything's possible. So let's hope that if we do have not adverse weather, but changeable weather, that our drivers are ready for it.
Anyway, as we come to the end of stint number 2 here, we are going to have another grid overview. A very short one as there's only 7 cars, but we have to do it nonetheless. In first place, we have Loris Iverson in first place. And 30 seconds behind is the Honda NSX of Nathan Bisiak. And in third place is Sheldon Muscat battling with Mia Rose right behind. And then in fifth place we have Isham Domingo, probably let go because of tire wear, and also was victim to Mia Rose's absolutely brutal overtake. And in sixth place, Roland Kasselberger for the surviving Wild Things car, and then Asan Yanpai running last, but definitely actually catch up a little bit to Roland Kasselberger actually, so it'll be interesting if the Katsel Racing car can catch up to the Wild Things car and give it a good fight basically. As actually one of them is going into the pits as, oh no! The NSX is drive through!
Yeah. Shooting steep, but
It was
one
right
can
now.
yeah, one can assume it's well, I guess without knowing.
Yes, it seems to be track limits as there's been only 3 incidents, all NFA, no further action, so very unfortunate for Misiak as they were just overtaken by the duo of Mia Rose and Sheldon Muscat, dropping
Yeah,
to
and
P5
also-
actually.
Yeah, with Domingo just squeezing past, although well, we'll soon see if Mijak can make up for the drive-through penalty and regain those positions. Because I guess the track limits of Valencia striking again, although I do not know which corners they were.
Turn 2 it seems to be very strict on track limits. And the infield section too, a little bit.
Seems like we are having another very close fight. For one, you have Domingo, which overtook Misha because of a drive-through, and then almost milliseconds between Rose and Muscat.
Yeah, just wondering whether Mia is going to put pressure on Muscat or whether she's going to go for another dominant inside dive, as she's known for. Not in the final corner this time around, though. Muscat very loose on exit. Will Mia have the momentum in that Ferrari to get the overtake done before turn 1? It's close, but maybe not quite this time round. But Muscat, I think, must be starting to feel the pressure combined with the tyre wear. So BMW was very wiggly on exit.
Yes, indeed, and as indicated at the time where the lap times has fallen with most people in the 33s now, the fastest latest lap is from Iverson in P1 with a 32.294.
Yeah, I did have a hunch looking at the tyre or the track temperature today that tyre life and tyre wear would be a deciding factor among the racing today, aside from the pace difference between some of our competitors. But Mia seems to be holding off roughly half a second back, not going for an overly aggressive dive. Maybe her tyres are a little bit toasty, trying to bring them down a little bit before she goes for a move. Or maybe just trying to put the pressure on Muscat, see if they can force them into a mistake. And to our commentator, question in the chat, it's the 74 car
Has gone the drive-through.
So, as speaking of which, as Domingo loses it on exit of that corner, right in front of Misiak, perhaps maybe a little bit too much of the curbing there. That BMW looked very spicy on exit, and yep.
Indeed, it was
One of the things
Yeah.
that I mentioned early on during in that start of the race, that corner bring trouble.
I see why it's named the chicane of death, because although there was no wall contact, that's definitely going to do a number on their tyres now. So it's going to be a frustrating few laps of the rest of this stint, as I cannot imagine that car will feel nice to drive for the last few laps. Although, again, back to our other fight between Mia Rose, a Queen's Design, and the 54 BMW. The gap seems to have increased slightly, perhaps tyre wear, or maybe just trying to keep close in case of pit strategy. Not too sure.
I
Because
have
Mia at
feeling-
one point... Sorry.
Yeah, continue. Sorry, I was.
No, after you. I'm just rambling.
I've been increasing that difference of time between them was an planned move because of all the braking zones. I believe Mia wanted to make some place for herself so that she could have more clear room to move around.
That would make more sense.
Because right now Mia Rose is back to 0.706 seconds.
Yeah. And sort of despite GT3s being a semi-standardized class with things of balance of performance, yes, they still kick off a lot of the dirty air from the aerodynamics they do have. So in a lot of the midfield section, like I think Reska was saying to us earlier, the downforce combined with the mechanical grip is key to balance and maintain, and it's much harder to do in the dirtier air of the car you're following. Definitely looks like Muscat is slightly struggling with the rear of that BMW, just a little bit. Just slightly wiggly, and I know that wiggle from my own experience.
You see it there again. A little bit of wiggle.
Yeah, because that does not look like the standard BMW twin-turbo little kick that you can get if you're just outside the usual rev range of the turbo spooling. Although, weirdly enough, despite Mia being as close as she's not following in the draft of the BMW, yeah, I think Mia has definitely just settled in for the time being.
Yeah, so we were talking here about tire saving measures. Like I said during the formation lap, every single wiggle can potentially lead to higher tire wear.
Another little
And
wiggle.
we can see a lot of them from BMW.
Yeah, I will admit the BMW is definitely a wiggly car if you're a little bit impatient on throttle. As the gap is just under half a second now between Mia. Still think just trying to get into the head of Muscat and false error rather than do an outright overtake. Because she's close but not quite close enough for any moves. Definitely something brewing here, but what that could be, I'll have to see, especially as it's not too far away from what we expect to be the next pit cycle. Next 15 minutes, roughly, I believe.
Is it?
Let's say
That was
Mia.
dangerously close.
Yeah, that could have very nearly been a contact between the Queen's Design Ferrari and the Intercom BMW.
That's cost her. That's costed her time, so as she lost.
Yeah,
quite a
although
bit of
again,
time.
Muscat very wiggly on exit of T1, so with one hand gains, but other hand
To
that
answer
drops,
the
it's-
one in the chat, yeah, he's just fast. 55-second gap
Yeah.
to second place, who is conveniently battling, so he's gonna lose more time than that.
Well, that difference was before a bit smaller. But
Yeah, like 30
unfortunately,
seconds.
Honda.
Like 30 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the number 69 car today is putting a very dominant performance.
Almost called the Brown moment.
Yep, Mia Rose just showing how she drives. As the BMW goes a little wide here, could invite Mia to another overtaking opportunity into the final corner.
Mia definitely taking advantage of the rotation that the Ferrari just offered versus the BMW.
Is that it? No, it isn't.
It's well, it looks to like Mia's able to carry a much more momentum through the apex of the corner, whereas Muscat is trying to take advantage of the BMWs. If you get the line right, you can get a good run out of a corner. Oh. Although Mia does get a bit wiggly.
Dirty air, as expected.
Yeah, with that smaller gap between the two cars now, that's more than likely what it is.
Sayang, you mentioned dirty air, but I'm wondering where he could have gotten that from. There's nobody in front of him.
To answer the chat here, Iverson has already left as a Empire.
Yeah.
But yeah, very exciting fight to watch. Someone trying to save on tires, trying to defend as hard as possible, and someone who's just begging for that position, just trying like go move over. I gotta run, you know.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges with racing in general, be it sprint or endurance racing. You might have the pace over your competitor ahead of you as well, be it strikes the curb of death, but somehow manages to stay alive.
Both of them, Evans and BMW was slightly sideways.
Yeah, they're both really pushing the cars now as they come towards the end of the stint. Very good save there by Mia. Definitely a code brown if I've seen one. Somehow still within a second of the BMW.
That's the second code brown moment today. And we are only halfway through.
Yeah.
Very aggressive on the downshifts too, I noticed.
Smear is using the engine braking combined with maybe the differential getting slightly wiggled to help her get the initial entry into the corner.
Yes, the Ferrari has
Because
good engine braking because it can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You, sorry.
Yeah, basically Ferrari, it shifts up relatively low to what it can shift down. So that's why you see, you can hear the Ferrari shift down really aggressively, even though it's not hitting any shift protection or anything. So yeah, really good engine breaker this car.
Alright.
Again, Mia's
Another
closed up. Yeah, Mia's definitely closed the gap again. After they both had a little wiggle near the chicane of death again. Both making it through so far. Definitely the closest battle we've got on track at the moment.
Oh, as he goes into the pit.
There is the switch.
Yeah, Muscat taking the pit stop again 5 minutes before the hour, similar to their first stint. Perhaps the tyre life of that 54 BMW is more than they were expecting today, giving Mia Rose some clean air for the next few laps until their pit stop. I'm definitely wondering though how that 54 BMW is going to handle later on the later stints in these conditions if they're having to pit.
as the number 2 gets a drive-through.
Oh.
Presumably for track limits.
Yeah.
Does it mean that us and Nyampire and potentially maybe Reska Kiosa will have a competitor?
Potential. I don't think they're quite that close. I think the closest competitor would be the 701 BMW to the number 2.
Yeah,
at least overall.
Yeah, you don't really lose a lot of time in this pit lane, so.
Another one.
Oh,
Another one.
Muscat getting a drive-through, probably for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah.
That's the pressure. That's the pressure of the race. The motion.
As they swapped over. Yeah.
Yep. It eventually gets to you.
Correction, it has swapped over to the number 2 driver now, Aaron. I can't pronounce that surname. I do apologise. Aaron, I'm just going to go by your first name. Please forgive me.
Aaron
Di Battista?
Thank you. Yeah, my brain isn't computing. But yeah, it's unfortunate that Aaron's going to have to serve his teammates drive through, but that's one of the things you have to deal with in a team race with a co-driver.
Fernat and Mishak is in the pits. You know, and that 6 looks very wide, like very plushy. Seems fitting that's the name of the driver.
as Domingo gets the drive-through out of the way. As we are approaching the 2-hour mark of the race, the halfway point. As Mia Rose is also actually pitting.
See if she hands over to her co-driver Ruby.
Probably. Potentially. Maybe.
Anything's possible.
Let's
It's
see
not-
if Domingo will catch up.
Yeah. Yeah. Currently going over that death curve, death chicane, I believe, towards the final corner, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect that Domingo does pass them. Although, has the 54 served their drive-through penalty just yet? Don't
No,
believe they have.
probably serving in this lap.
I would
He's got
hope
3
so.
laps to do it. He might still consider to go over to, but no, he's in doing it.
Yeah. No, indeed. Ribi Nakamata back in the Queen's design Ferrari. Probably hoping to build upon the work of her teammates that showed a very dominant performance in that stint. Just wondering whether we'll get the same kind of performance out of Mia during the closing stages of the race. Although it's interesting to see that not many teams are electing to do a quote-unquote double stint today. Maybe it's the weather conditions, maybe it's the tyres.
I suspect it's more about concentration. With not that much of a car driving today, you don't really have that much action to keep you occupied. And it is the nature of a human that you're getting bored easily. So if there isn't much things that you can concentrate on, you'll probably get sleepy much quicker than if it were otherwise. So getting that change works in favor of every single driver on the grid right now.
As a Yampa in the pits. Probably
Yeah, you're right.
swapping drivers to Reska again.
Yes. The resident quote-unquote alien. The alien VTuber come to battle us all, not perhaps having the day they would have wanted.
No, Asa is doing double stint.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh no.
No, it's
No,
Reska, it's
keep-
Reska.
Ah, it's Eska. Then on the left side it didn't update.
It's just barely gets slapped by a fellow VTuber, Rui Nekomata.
Also on race control, it didn't update for me either.
Yeah, it's a little slow.
It might just be one of those days with the technology.
Ah, now it did update. 2 pink cars.
Yes.
Both are Italian.
As long as we're not having a battle of which is the superior Italian car. I do have my bias, but I have driven both.
We obviously know it's the Tommaso Pantera.
Oh, I forgot about that thing.
That car looked great.
Oh, it did.
You could produce it today, and like the car body looks wonderful.
You know what? You can still
That's a
buy the
throwback and a
Cizeta.
half.
The Cizeta V16T.
That I never heard that name. I think.
You can still buy that car today. Look it up. It's crazy looking. It's got
As our overall leader sneaks into the pit lane with a roughly 1.5 minute gap on entry, if they'll should be able to complete their pit stop and get out in fresh air without much problem.
It looks like Lamborghini Diablo.
Yes, because they were made by former designers of the Lamborghini Diablo. But instead it has a crazy set of headlights and it handles like a brick. Anyway, since we have had another round of driver swaps, if anyone would like to have a nice little interview with us, you can join a voice channel in the tracc.eu Discord server, and we will place you in the staff voice chat for the interview. So if you're interested, just do so, and we'll get you hooked up.
Yeah, feel free to join us because I don't think we want to venture into the world of delirious broadcasters. We needn't have any more Martin Haven-esque quotes, especially because it's definitely said some interesting stuff in the real world.
Yeah, I have had the displeasure of watching the 24 hours of the Moza dead hours. The commentary
that
was
does
just
remind me of-
delirious.
Yeah. That and just some of the stuff that Martin Haven has come out with is just clip worthy.
Oh, Asa actually wants an interview, so we will get her in here. If Discord can scroll down, like, hold on.
Oh, where's she gone?
I don't know. She was in the voice chat.
She was here 1 minute, gone the next.
Yeah, maybe try again? Because Discord wasn't scrolling the thing down. Won't let me drag into the staff voice channel. Oh, there we go. Move to staff voice. Yeah, there we go. This one. Hello, Asa.
Asa the Empire, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Technology is working just as expected. Have you been getting on in that?
Yes.
It's been an interesting one to watch from our perspective, although it seems that maybe Reska was saying earlier that not so much the race you wanted, but sort of the race you were expecting. Was it that challenging out there in the Lamborghini today?
In a sense, of course, the Lamborghini has its flaws. I no doubt can contest that, as I've had plenty of incidences with it. But thankfully, so far this race has been pretty smooth. I've had a couple little jarring moments of just losing the rear, as you do with the Lambo. It's very tail happy, per se. But aside from that, like, pace, I'm very happy with where my pace is at. Hell, there was a point in time where the NSX was like trying to keep up with me while I was ahead, and then once I let them pass, was not giving like too much time away to them. So like there is decent enough speed in the thing. It's just I think some of these guys that are on the track today are just, well, as you put it, aliens.
Aside from your resident teammate, of course, and extraterrestrial friend.
Yes, he's the one alien that I'm surprised. We're doing very competitive times between the two of us. I think I'm just kind of edging him out by a couple tenths in my stint. Hell, I was even at one point chasing down who was P6?
The Wild Things car.
The Wild Things car, yeah. I got to the point where I was like when I started my stint, I was 19 seconds ahead. They were ahead, and by the midpoint, I got it down to maybe 13 seconds. But the tires just start to just really wear. I think a lot heavier on the Lambo compared to the Beamer, and essentially like I lost a bit of time to them due to that fact. But still, like when I did my pit stop, I think I was like 15, 16 seconds behind them. So, not a bad stint, all things considered. Really surprised with my pace. I'm happy where my pace is at. It's nothing comparison to some of these other guys.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the main things I've spotted both from watching you drive as well as other endurance races, that as much as the main thing is that although you may not be able to be leading against some of your competitors, primarily as long as you're comfortable and content with where you're at, that's the main thing. Otherwise, you know, it might not feel like a rewarding drive, but Ruska seems to be doing all right out there.
Yeah, he's pretty happy in the car. I'm happy in the car. We're slowly just, you know, getting through the race and just, you know, having our own race per se. I think right now the fight for us is just between us to see who can kind of knock each other's time off each other. Like, just friendly competition between the two of us. Like, even in the previous race that we were both in together, Kyalami for the V-Track, we both had that similar pace going back and forth between each other. So it's really fun to see having that, what's the word? Like, just that
little bit of friendly competition.
Yeah, exactly. And look, if other drivers start coming towards us, I'll happily take on whatever fight I can get. I've seen a couple penalties being served out for speeding, for track limits, etc. So there's still a chance. Like, we still got just less than 2 hours to go for the race. Who knows what could happen? Well, I know we're on a couple penalty points ourselves, but we're not doing too badly.
Yeah, I remember that Reska and both Xiong and Adrian here were telling me that the track limits are pretty strict around here.
There's certain corners where there's a lot of give, and then there's certain corners where there's, like, you can't take from. A good example of that is the exit of turn 2. You're slightly just off the curbing, a little bit too far out. You'll get it instantly. Same with kind of, what corner is it? I forget, but it's one of the midsection corners that if you go just a tiny bit wide, it will catch you. But they're, like, turn 1 is a great example of you can just take and take and take. But I think, like, a lot of people that are in this race know how much they can take and how much they can, you know, they can't. So it's just trying to find that fine line for us.
Although, speaking of your nearest competitor, the 701 Wild Things Racing pink BMW, they are just entering the pit lane, so I'm wondering if maybe...
Ooh, actually, we'll see where they come out.
Yeah, because it's roughly 40... How long was the pit stop here? Roughly 40-ish seconds? Or is it slightly longer with the driver swap?
So it's a standard stop, 30 seconds with the swap. I know ACC is a little bit finicky when it comes to doing said stop, but look, we all have to deal with it in a sense. So just be curious to see where they come out in comparison to us, because I think that, and maybe is it the number 2 car that are our main kind of competitors? They're coming out now.
Yeah,
and we're just reaching the final corner. So yeah, there is a bit of a gap there. And now that who's in the car now?
Reska.
They have switched over to
Moza.
Oh no, the 50.
Is it?
Yeah. You've got yeah. In the 701
Metzner?
BMW, yeah, Metzner has taken over the BMW, and Musa has just taken over the number 2 car. So
yeah.
you're thinking that hoping that Reska can maybe give you something to work with for the final stint, let you have a little bit of fun.
Look, if he can just keep the pace there, I know he has it. It's just maintaining that. Our best times are kind of in the high 32s, and our slower times are kind of the high 33s, and then going into 34s. But if we can keep it low 34s as the kind of the medium, I'd say we can keep just decent enough pace that maybe if I absolutely send it in the last stint, we could catch up to them, but it's a big maybe with the gap that we have to close in.
Yeah, well,
But I believe Reska is capable. It's just seeing if he's able to put it on the table.
Yeah, and endurance racing, anything's possible, as we all know.
Exactly. Hell, they could get a drive-through with the next lap or two, or we can. We don't know what's going to happen, so we'll just take it as they come.
Yeah.
But so far, it seems to be a pretty clean race for everyone, which is good to see for once.
Yeah.
Given it's a track event, you know?
Well, I wouldn't say that's purely the reason why, but it might be down to the fact that we've...
No, not at all. It's just... It seems to be that accents like to find me no matter what track I'm on, and... Drive through!
Oh, Reska!
You jinxed Reska! You jinxed him!
That wasn't us, that was not the commentary team, that was your own teammate.
I'm sorry, Reska!
If you wonder how, it's
That's
probably
my first
because
commentator's curse. I'm sorry.
it's probably because right before the corner, the first corner, he went a bit too much to the right side of the track.
Yeah, I saw that actually.
Yeah. That can
wouldn't
happen. You like that left hand side. If you take too much of that, like try to open up the corner too much, it will warn you.
The worst thing is before this, during the pit stops, the gap between your car and next opponent was 40 seconds. It dropped to 20. Now it will steadily increase again.
Yeah.
Oh well, what can you do? We'll finish off our race. We'll be happy that we were, able to have a solid race for us. And look, Spa is coming up in 2 weeks' time. We'll see how we go there. I know Reska is more excited for this race than Spa, but I'm sure we can both do a pretty good race
Certainly
there as well.
Yeah. From our side, certainly hoping for more competitors at the second round, and hopefully some tighter racing, because there's definitely been flashes amongst the field of some really good racing. The 96 Queen's design car of Ruby and Mia shown a lot of pace today. A lot of the other competitors that I don't know as well have also shown a lot of pace and consistency. But yeah, we'll have to see how Spa treats you lot in the next couple weeks' time.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it'll be good. And look, we may only have 7 drivers on the grid, but they're 7 really good drivers, and it's just seeing what they're able to do is quite stunning, to be honest. See, the moment I got passed by the lead car 69, I was just sitting behind them, just stunned, thinking, how are they pulling this amount of speed? How are they getting out of this corner so much faster? It's incredible, some of the skills that the drivers have on the grid.
Absolutely, and it's great to see and hope. Even if you're not fighting at the top, everyone I think has shown a lot of skill to the best of their abilities today. But I think we should let you get back off to Reska and maybe give him a little bit of support
give him a hug and condolences.
Yeah, we won't mention that it was a sort of commentator.
No, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. I'm sorry, Reska.
But thank you very much for joining us. I said good luck in the final stint.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of the race.
And yourself. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you very much. God damn it.
At least nobody can say anything about this one that we are at fault.
Yeah,
There was totally not us.
I'm glad for the time being, touch wood, I haven't befallen anybody with the curse, but I guess even without the so-called commentator's curse, Valencia is one of those tracks where you need to be paying attention to track limits, I guess. Much harder, even though the track temp seems to be coming down, the tyres are still going to wear quite aggressively. So it's going to be interesting to see later on in the runs whether, especially with sort of closing slowly start to eke towards the end of the race, whether there's much, movement in the grid.
So it turns out we indeed have a double stint. Nathan Mishak is driving his second one right now in a row.
Oh, he's doing the double middle stint. That's an interesting strategy call. Not one that I've typically seen that often, but I've done it myself. Although not doing that around Nordschleife again, 3 hours is too much for my brain. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting one, because whenever most people seem to do double stints, it's either you do 2 stints in a row and then you swap over to your fellow drivers for the next double. So maybe they feel more comfortable in these conditions as the track temp slowly comes down. Maybe the number 74 car, their teammate, can do more as we get close to the end of the race. It's certainly an interesting strategy call, even if it's not currently paying off. Although they seem to be holding a consistent gap to the 96 Ferrari behind. Almost maybe gaining a 10th to Ruby Nakamata? Maybe? They could just be trading tenths in each sector. Although I will say that
only close drivers on the track right now actually for position, so...
Yeah. We know that Ruby's a confident driver. The 70, both Nathan and his teammate have shown themselves to be fairly competent drivers as well. So if they catch up, hopefully we see some good racing between them shortly.
As loser right here though is setting very fast lap times compared to the opposition. Going low 131s around a still very hot track.
That's indeed very quick lap. The previous only 31 seconds lap was made by P1 currently, and the rest is all sitting in the range between 132 and 133.
Still dominant performance from the Latvian driver here of Christus, keeping that 1 minute 9 second gap on us, and actually going to lap the number 54 BMW in P4, which means that he has come very close to lapping the entire grid at this point. So yeah, very dominant performance so far. I wouldn't be surprised if they just one step closer to qualifying for tracc.eu at the finals by the end of the race, but we will see. The race ain't over until it's over, so...
The temperatures are decreasing steadily.
They have increased by 1 more degree, like said before.
The wind actually increased as well.
Yeah, I don't think wind matters to ACC.
It's subtle from what I've noticed, but it might just be sort of blowing over, changing the weather conditions slightly, because the track is starting to cool as we get later on into the virtual day. Not by much, but sometimes, like we said before, little changes can make a big impact depending on the car setup window.
Right, as you were saying, it dropped just 1 other degree, sorry.
I think. What was the highest track temp earlier on in the race? I believe it was around the 42 degree mark.
Yes, 42.
Yeah.
As the BMW gives way nicely to the leader.
If that's not a statement of intent by the 69 team there, I'm not sure what is, because they've definitely put in a dominant performance today, although... Yeah, definitely dominant performance by that team today. Patient in the start, but able to make a good early pass, and then able to build a substantial gap to the rest of the field, so...
It seems like all the gold they had they used for delivery, so they have to replenish the supply.
Again, it is getting quite boring around here, so if any driver would like to give their insights, they can join one of the voice chats in the tracc.eu Discord server and get a mid-race interview.
So, have you all had anything good to eat today?
I did have some. I have some snacks around me, but been trying not to eat during broadcast.
I ate rice today, as usual.
Sometimes the simple meals are the best, though.
Yeah, a little bit rice, a little bit of meat.
Rice with sugar.
That's actually kind of good. It's actually kind of
I
good.
don't
Rice
remember
with
when I
sugar.
ate it for the last time.
Yeah, me neither. It's been a while, but it does taste kind of good. Yeah, rice with sugar.
Yeah. Have you? Although speaking of rice, have you tried the? I guess maybe, depending on your perspective, potentially cursed British invention of rice pudding. The
No.
rice pudding.
But
It's basically where they kind of combine fluffy rice with milk and a little bit of sugar. Either they slightly bake it in the oven, or they can make it cold, just to sort of give it like a softer, creamier texture. Probably a bad way of describing it, but that way it's not just sort of like dryish rice
on the
with
opposite spectrum,
sugar on top.
on the opposite spectrum, I do like fried rice.
Ah, don't make me hungry. I adore fried rice. I absolutely adore.
A little bit of fried rice and some garlic won't be a little bit harmful. It tastes real good.
Yeah. It's just that over here in the UK, I've got a bad habit of ordering too much things like fried rice and maybe ending up a little bit more rotund than I should be. Although
It seems like there is a little bit of a lapping battle here. Something to watch while we talk about rice.
yeah. Back to the racing, of course.
Racing?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it?
All those cars are very raced as well.
Yeah.
Reska just gave way, basically, but
Yeah, I think Reska is probably, as you mentioned earlier, I think maybe settling into what's comfortable for both himself and Asa for this race. Shame, because I've seen Reska when he races harder in the past. I guess today is just one of those days. As Musa gets, again, dicing with death perhaps on that curbing, that BMW is known to be able to take a lot of curb abuse, but maybe not that much, as I think that car's already had one incident there earlier.
Yeah, it was the one that spun out early at the curve.
So it was. But did notice that the gap between the 96 Queen's design Ferrari and the 74 Honda keeps ebbing and flowing slightly. It was down as low as 4.8, but it's now gone back to 6.
They are running pretty similar pace actually, so wouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah, just a little bit of ebbing and flowing, trading tenths between the two cars. It definitely happens in an endurance race. Especially when one car's trying to gain an advantage and the other is trying to, you know, catch up. Just part of racing, I suppose.
Still kind of surprised that NXX has kept it together at like the dead chicane, the aforementioned dead chicane, because additionally to it being pitch sensitive, it's also kind of bad at curves. So you know it gets really unsettled on curves. So yeah, I'm just surprised it didn't die. The only car that died it today was like the BMW.
The German quality.
So I'm sure there's some joke that could be made there, but I wouldn't know where to start with it. But no, I found with my experience in the BMW, obviously not at this level, but the BMW can take a lot of abuse, but it has its limits. So perhaps the chicane of death with its curb might be just enough to unsettle the car, especially if it's on very worn tyres.
Yeah, generally front engine cars, good with curves, we all know that, but some of them have a lower tolerance than the others, like the M4 and the Aston generally cannot abuse curves as much as stuff like, say, the Bentley or the GTR. So, or even the Mustang. Because the Mustang is actually the fastest, one of the fastest GT3s around the Nordschleife, along with actually the Lexus. I remember the Lexus is the fastest around the Nordschleife actually, which is interesting to see.
But this is something that we've seen a few months ago. I'm curious to see if something changed.
Yeah, I remember distinctively the Lexus was the first GT3 car to break the 8-minute barrier in ACC, the Nordschleife, so it was very interesting to see a car revitalized because Kudos decided to care for once.
I'm still waiting for the 200 more horsepower for the V12.
Oh goodness, that'd be a lot of horsepower.
But it's V12, worth it.
I think when it comes to sort of taking the real life cars and putting them into video games such as this, because I'm probably going to get shot by some of our viewers here by calling it a video game. I apologise for using that terminology, but we are not paying professional business grade license costs to access the software. So as much as it's going to get me shot, these are video games. I apologise. Please don't cancel me. But it's because it's there's a lot of stuff going on with these cars. Sometimes perhaps it's hard to get the most up-to-date information on them to accurately recreate their performance at such levels, especially with so many variabilities that you have with a car setup, with conditions. Because what's suitable for one track, let's just say, like I think Reska was saying earlier, this is quite a downforce heavy track for for the Lamborghini, but also presumably other cars as well, due to a lot of the mid-high speed corners. That would not be the case at something which is more low mid-downs, more low downforce, with a lot more straight lines and a lot more gentle swooping corners. It's trying to balance the information you get with your hard work and physics, information you get from the manufacturers and the teams, and appropriately translate that into something that we, the player, can experience. Because this is probably one of the best ways most of us will get to experience cars such as this, other than going and watching them. Maybe not a perfect one-to-one translation, but generally speaking, for most of us, they are more than close enough to give us an idea of how these cars behave in the real world. And that's just intoxicating. I think that's why we all do sim racing, or anything of that nature, is because the feeling of like the experience you get is intoxicating enough to make us want to do it again and again.
A sentence that I heard some time ago, I don't remember, it could be one of the YouTubers or some forums or whatever. The cars are not real, but the racing is.
Yes, I've heard Jimmy Broadbent, well known in the sim racing and also now real world racing sphere, say such things that, or say the same kind of thing, that the cars are not real, but my god, the emotions are real. It's why when I asked sort of Reska and Asa about whether they're,
I think it cut you off for a second.
Yes, despite going on, it's alright. Apologise, I think I had a brief netcode moment, but I should be back. But as I was briefly saying, it's why I was asking about not so much being comfortable with their pace versus the others, but more within themselves, because if we don't enjoy what we're doing, we shouldn't be forcing ourselves to do it, which is a tough thing to do in this day and age, but this is why we all have varying hobbies. And where else are we going to get the chance to drive, a V8, a V6, or a V10 car with nearly 600, 700 horsepower in a competitive environment, unless you're extremely lucky? Whilst some may be disappointed that they're not on the top step of the podium, others will be more than comfortable with what they could get out of the car and what they were able to perform today themselves.
Yeah, it's not about the race, it's about friends we make along the way.
It's a little bit of both, but yeah. Especially endurance racing, you have to be able to, I guess more so in sim racing than real racing, because in the real car you're not alone per se, but you're not having your friends chatting in your ear. But
you do technically if your engineer is one of them.
Well, yeah, that definitely helps in the working environment if you get along well with your engineers.
For example, the engineer of the... What was his name? Kimi Raikkonen.
Yeah.
I'm not much into F1 myself, but just hearing some of the things that they were talking about and talking to each other, willingly or unwillingly, of course.
Yeah, some of definitely drivers have got some rather infamous lines over the radio, that's for sure. Some of them more brightly said than others, but yeah. I guess in sim racing, because we can sit in our Discord calls and talk to one another, sort of makes it more of a relaxed environment to some degree.
You've been given a 5-second penalty that you will serve after the race. For what?
For what? just the pure rage that comes out of his voice. For what? Although, to be fair, whenever I've been doing racing, it's probably best that I don't have a live microphone, because when I get tetchy, I can get a bit tetchy. But then again, I guess that's part of the competitive nature.
I don't think I have heard anybody on track yet that didn't got excited at some point while racing. Either from adrenaline that is being caused by it, or when somebody by accident crashes into somebody.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't I did 3 times.
So with our final stint coming up, let's have our obligatory grid overview. So P1, still the number 69 car, with a 1 minute, nearly 1 minute 20-second gap actually. So maybe he could actually lap the last place car twice. Actually, he already did, but yeah. So in second place is Ruby Nekomada. Doing pretty fine for herself. Kinda in no man's land right now, like most other cars. Race has really settled down. But yeah. Very impressive climbing from, I think it was like P4, P5 to second place. And in P3 we have the NXX of Nathan. And P4, the BMW of Aaron. P5, Moza. P6, Student Master, and in last place, the jinxed Reska Gifter.
Let's hope that no more drama befalls Reska.
Yeah, certainly.
Spit it out! Spit it out!
I'm literally banging aggressively on my desk right now, because if I swear, I will never hear the end of it tomorrow during the other track race we've got going on. I will be bullied by Reska and MX5 if anything else befalls him, and it's my fault.
Oh right, tomorrow is V2.4H at Nordschleife. I don't think I'm ready for that. I haven't practiced at all. I have no setup. I have no nothing.
It's tomorrow?
So you're going in by the skin of your proverbial teeth, then?
I'm considering signing now. It's not like I'm fighting for the championship or anything.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I thought about the Nordschleife race, but unfortunately I am preoccupied until about mid-late afternoon tomorrow. But yeah, there's. Forgive me, I can't speak today.
Yeah. No one can.
Yeah, if I had a working brain, I would be dangerous. Let's just say that much.
I think I need to check my own gas pedals and brake pedals on my pedal to see if they are working correctly. I think I might decide to drive tomorrow for the V2 4.48.
Yeah. And if you two are interested in the other track events, be it the V4H SRO Esports event that we are running today or other tracc.eu racing events, do we have any commands in YouTube chat for stuff, or is it all in our
it's probably in our description, yeah.
Yeah, it is in the description, yes, forgive me. You can find out more by checking on the description if you are new to the league or you've been watching races and considering but maybe not have committed. There's quite a few events going on. Admittedly, this is an off-season at the moment, but like we said, there's the SRO Esports Qualifier today here at Valencia. Tomorrow there's the V2.4 at Nürburgring Nordschleife, and there's also the VTMX V-Track Mazda Cup race if you are a VTuber.
And also a couple
plenty more other
of
events
one-offs, like Polonaise at Corfest in AC today, right after this race. Just 1 hour after this race, actually, yeah.
I almost forgot about that event.
I'm not joining, unfortunately. I'm gonna be completely shot, but yeah, it's just I didn't know the timing of this event, so I already withdrew from the thing on SimGrid. So yeah, but there's another one-off event, and it's the GT4 versus Slowpoke at Zolder, which has the GT4s and M2s racing at one bumpy little track called Zolder. It's gonna be fun because GT4s are pretty fun to drive around Zolder, and so are the M2s, but it will be interesting to see the two slowest car classes in the game basically battling each other at a small track like Zolder.
Yeah, I've done, maybe not in ACC, but I've definitely raced a fair few times around Zolder as part of a charity 24-hour event. And Zolder's an interesting place. Some of the curbs can be rather surprisingly brutal. Some of the corners are more challenging than you'd expect, but it's a fun track.
Yeah, admittedly, I kind of like Zolder. My first race at it was disastrous to say the least, but now that I've done like 2 more races in it, both GTM Cup and GT3 Cup, I'd say it's grown on me. It's pretty fun to drive. It can be really punishing, like the curves and stuff, and the sling chicane at Sector 1. You really need to know how to take that, otherwise you're either losing time or you're dying or getting a track cut basically. So yeah, you should try Zolder sometime. Really fun.
So getting back to our current action, I have noticed that although the gap has grown between the 74 Honda NSX of Nathan Misiak and Ruben Nakamata of the 96 Queen's Design Ferrari, it seems to have shrunk between our 2 earlier BMWs that are battling, the number 2 and the number 54.
Yes,
Roughly
Moza
sitting around
seems to
5
be
seconds.
Yes, Moza seems to be lapping an entire second a lap faster than Batista in the number 54 BMW. So we will see if they come together at like near the end of the race, or maybe the end of the stint even. So we will have to watch out for that.
Yeah, especially with the number 54 taking an earlier pit strategy rather than a later one, usually pitting around 5 minutes before the end of the hour of race time remaining. So it could be interesting to see, especially as I believe the number 2 car has done mostly later pit stops. So competing strategies maybe could be something towards the end. Could be an interesting fight later on, because as is with any endurance race that I've experienced this myself many a times, you get into the final hour or so of the race and it gets what's colloquially called the silly hour in some races. Although nothing's more scary than experiencing silly hour at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Ooh. There's a slower class car with a GT3 chasing down on you. It's a scary experience. Especially when they try and steal an apex in a corner that you really shouldn't try and steal an apex. But yeah, that gap is coming down quicker than I thought, actually. It's 3.7 as it stands at the moment. Perhaps maybe, yeah, maybe Moza is able to make better use of the tyres this time round, whereas before they seemed to take a lot more of their tyres in dirtier air early on in the stint.
Yeah, Moza seems to be actually the second fastest driver on track right now, with the fastest being obviously the number 69 car, just doing a 132.1 last lap, but Moza actually did a 132.4. So, and the Batista doing 133.8, so suddenly a bit of pace difference right here that could play later in the stint. as the gap has just dropped below 3 seconds.
So maybe this little battle is going to heat up sooner than we expected. I wasn't expecting anything until after the pit stop. But for the final, well, what I presume will be the final time, eschewing any penalties or incidents. That got dropped up on us, which is never a bad thing in racing.
Oh, as the number 34 Honda has caught another drive-through for track
That's not
limits.
going to be ideal for them.
They might come out right ahead of the BMW couple there.
Oh. Oh yeah,
Which-
because they do currently have a 26-second gap. I do not know what the rough time loss is for a drive-through around here.
But yeah, it's gonna make this fight real interesting just now.
From seeing previous drive-throughs, it seems like it's roughly 25-30 seconds.
So they could be right on top of one another.
Yep, indeed.
Does make me wonder if the 74 might, as they come into the pit lane now, will they be doing just the drive-through? Or will they be serving or taking their pit stop and adding the time onto their...
No, you
pit
cannot. I don't
That
think you
does
can
not
take
like
a
that,
pit stop.
sadly.
Ah, forgive me.
Yeah, you cannot take a
I
pit
was
stop
just
while serving the penalty.
I
Unless
thought you
it's a stop
could.
and
It
go.
just
Unless it's a stop and go. I forgot actually. I haven't gone a stop and go in a long. As Batista conveniently goes in the pits.
so
I
I guess
believe
the
yes. I believe so. Yes, stop and go. You can do it. It also has an additional time. But if it's just a normal drive-through, then you need to do that drive-through.
It indeed does put Moza right behind the NXX, as we predicted.
maybe not the battle we were expecting, but something could heat up here. Although I imagine that 74 of Miziak is probably not too impressed with that drive-through that they got themselves, but you don't push the limits around racetracks. You know, it's one of those things with racing. You kind of have to push the limits to find where they are, and then ride as close as you can to the proverbial line.
Metzner overtook the Batista one. The Batista was serving pits.
I think they are on alternate strategies. I believe that Metzner have been typically doing almost like an overcut in the 701 Wild Things car. Apologies. Though speaking of which, the 54 car's been stopped for quite some time. Nearly a minute now, so weird. Hope they're not facing technical issues.
Indeed, that seems a little worrying.
As Miziak comes back round to, I presume, do the driver change and final pit stop of the race, as 54 de Batista does indeed leave the pit lane after a minute.
Was there some hidden damage that we didn't know?
I am not sure, to be fair. I did not see anything. The car just looks well used and a bit roughed up from just collecting dirt and stuff as they drive.
That's nice about to make second overtake.
Yep, as this stint comes to a close and the final stint will start for these drivers very, very soon. And the good thing is that none of these drivers pitted before the 1 hour 10 minute mark, so none of them will be getting 80-second penalties for not sticking to the stint timer. So that's good, I guess.
Although, yeah, that's sort of quite smart to hear, but admittedly that's not something I'm personally used to hearing, but it might just be my lack of experience with driver swaps in ACC. I'm used to just having a minimum drive time, not a maximum. Yeah, the grid will be shaken up shortly, and then we'll see how things transpire as we close in on the final hour of the 4 hours of Valencia.
Yep, certainly a quiet race so far, but we had a couple decent fights, and the drive-through drama at mid-race too, which is, you know, always kind of there to help spice things up, and then the multiple commentators curses too.
One teammate curse, I suppose. You can't say it's always the commentators. One cannot blame solely us commentators this time.
I think the commentator's curse activates the moment you enter the commentator booth.
True, it's one of those things that strikes when it feels like it, not when you want it to, or maybe don't want it to, I guess.
I just say you want to curse somebody right now?
No, God no. No, I've had some questionable racing experience in my time, but I'm not the kind of person to wish ill upon somebody, regardless of how annoyed I get. Good heavens, no, I'm not that kind of person. But yeah. Although with most of the other competitors still driving round on their third of four, on their third stint, do wonder if those that pitted early, like I forget what cars, I'm having a smooth brain moment. So like the number 2 BMW and some others, do wonder whether they'll be able to make their tyres last without sacrificing too much pace for the final hour. How aggressive do you push for the final hour? You know, do you want to take a lot of tyre life out of the tyres early on in the stint? Do you want to take it easy and then have the tyre life there to battle if someone else catches you later on? All little things that you'll be thinking about between yourself and your teammate. Small decisions that can potentially have a big impact.
So we will have potentially having two fights. One if Fresca or potentially Asa, depending on who drives, catches up to the Batista. Or right now it seems like Solon is indeed catching up Julian Messner in his M1. He already made up around a second after 7 to 8 corners.
I must say that despite the fact that we've unfortunately had some competitors drop out of the race today with technical issues, I'm sure that the cars such as the 96 Queen's Design Ferrari will be more than happy to be P2 in the field, considering they believe they started P6 on the grid.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah, admittedly with one final stop to go, because I don't see any way how this car can make it longer than an hour. But a lot of our drivers today have been very competent, very consistent with their pace. The leading car, especially number 69 McLaren there. So I apologise to the the team in question for confusing the paint scheme.
It looks like Yorkshire tea.
I think it's one of the default paints, so I do apologise to the team if I've confused their team name. However, both of their drivers today have shown a lot of very clear statement of intent with a nearly almost an entire lap lead over P2. Massively consistent performance, well executed, sort of managing the car, managing the tyres and the changing conditions. Definitely a clear statement that they want to show themselves in a good light for today's SRO Esports Qualifier event.
That's it. 1 hour to go.
Indeed.
Yep, 1 hour left to go in this race.
Though with a few pit stops left to go, there's still a chance that things could be shaken up shortly.
Now is exactly the most stressful part of the race.
Absolutely, it's always the first hour of the race, the first time through multi-class traffic if you are in a multi-class endurance race, and also the final hour. It's why it's called the silly hour, because sometimes we will have our moments where you get a little bit maybe too excitable with what we and the car can do. I know I've done it. But let's hope we don't have any dramatic drama and just have some good racing between our competitors here.
Well, since the last time I mentioned the Honda N6, it gained another 4 seconds. So we might soon see some maybe drama.
Wow.
In the form of Daniel Solan catching up Julian Metzner.
Indeed. Although speaking of final pit stops, Ruska Kyoso has come in presumably to hand over to his teammate Assetto Empire in the 420 KRT Mirai Lamborghini.
And the leader's also pitting?
Just wondering whether the 96 Ferrari, not that I guess they're trying to chase down P1, whether they will pit the end of this lap or whether they'll stick to their intended strategy.
I'm wondering, is it maybe probable damage, or is it really the tire wear that is eating Julian right now?
For what car, sorry?
The 701, Julian Messner. The amount of time that he loses, I don't want to sound suspicious of damage or something else, I don't know, but he's losing a lot of time.
Maybe, yeah, maybe that he has taken a bit too much tire life out of that final set of tyres for this final run.
Last time I said about the gap between them, it was 8 hours, 8 seconds, now it's only 5. It might not even be 2 laps before we see them together.
But that BMW is a tough car to pass. If you know where to stick the car in the road, you can make that thing very wide. So we'll have to see how things pan out, because there could be a couple of interesting battles coming up.
As Ruby has actually pitted.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, the Queen's design car is in. Muath Musa of the number 2 car has taken P2 for the time being. However, I don't believe they pitted for the final time just yet.
No, they didn't.
Right. As Mia Rose comes out in the car onto turn 1, right in front of the leader. Mia is definitely feisty, but hopefully she doesn't hold up the overall leader. Obviously, certain blue flag rules are in place, not where you have to immediately jump out of the way of the car that's coming to lap you, but also not hold them up if the pace differential is too large. But Mia's an experienced driver. This is not her first quote-unquote esports event. Just hopefully that things behave.
That's interesting phenomenon now when it comes to like the high-grade drivers. They usually know how to deal when they are the ones that are overtaking blue flag car. And we can see it a lot of times, especially in public lobbies of such games. But they don't always know how to deal with those situations when they are themselves the blue flag car.
Yeah, it's without a lot of experience being in, I guess, a quote-unquote slower car, be it the same class or a different class. Sometimes it's a bit it's not that you don't know how to behave, it's just you're not used to such behavior. So I started definitely in like the GT3s and slowly worked my way up through other car classes. And definitely enjoy myself a lot of LMP2 driving, where you're right in the middle of it, so you get both ends of the proverbial stick. But then again, there's no, like we said before, there's no, unless the pace differential is huge and it's becoming a problem, like you're blocking the car behind deliberately, I don't expect any blue flag violations to be brought up today. If I'm understanding the rules correctly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Although, I know you were speaking of another battle earlier, with the 74 and the 701, it's now down to 1 second.
Under a second, actually. Let's see this.
Yeah.
It's game on.
Can Solon find a clean and concise way past the 701 Wild Things car?
By the way, since you know the driver swap has happened again, we are open to the final round of mid-race interviews. So hop on the tracc.eu voice chat channel if you like, and we will get you in the staff voice channel.
Oh.
As we see Solon try and move around the outside, but
Get
also
into probably the quicker line.
I thought they were going to try.
Place.
Yeah, I thought that Solon was going to try the over-under there, but he's still very close to the Metzner and the BMW there. Could they have the overspeed and the braking into turn 1? Not quite, but he does think about it, pulls out just to unsettle Metzner slightly. But that BMW is a very wide car if you know where to place it. It's a bit of a bus if you know how to drive the thing. Although, again, Solon looking at the inside, not quite close enough to make the move. Very eager to get past. Very eager on Solon to get past. All over the rear of that 701 BMW.
You can practically smell the gasoline.
Absolutely.
NSX got a run here. Maybe he's gonna try it on the outside. Maybe.
Or maybe that.
Oh. This is it. The last hour as mentioned.
Apologies for that. My internet decided to do the funny again, so I might have missed that for a second.
And the NSX is
I missed the overtake. I missed the overtake. Damn it.
No, the camera missed it. Lol.
Actually, yeah.
But yes, it seems like Solan will get P4 and be ahead at the pit stop too, so that's
Solan
nice.
might actually get P3 from this one. The other car has not started driving forwards in the pit lane.
Yes, and Moza
See.
is just kidding right now, so Solon has moved into P3 officially.
Although you'll soon see if the very late pit stop by the number 2 BMW helps them or does them a disservice, because it will give them fresher tyres towards the final few minutes of the race. Anything is possible. Although Metzler is not... Ooh. As we see Solon go a little bit wide over the exit curbing there. Metzler maybe not holding on to Solon as much as he'd maybe want, but not completely out of the picture. But I think the pace differential between the two means there probably will be a substantial gap forming in the final 50 minutes here. I'm just disappointed I missed the overtake, because I saw them side by side, but my game and replay decided to play up for a moment.
Yeah, for a second I thought I'm gonna see them side by side on that corner, but then when they arrived, it was already over.
Ah, that's unfortunate. We'll have to go back through the replay, perhaps, and add it to like a post-race highlight. Because when we have had on-track action state, it has been really good. So we just see us in the Empire letting the number 6 BMW by. Nothing of note there.
Actually, has the Batista pitted?
That's a good question, actually.
I think they did.
They had
That's
4
why.
pits.
Yeah, I think they did. That's why they are very close
Oh, yeah,
to each other. So this is a battle. This is an actual battle for position.
It's a battle to unlap themselves between us and the Empire and...
Oh yeah, that's
and
actually an
Batista,
unlapping
maybe.
battle, not a position battle.
Yeah. Because the number 54 had quite a long final pit stop.
Oh really?
Reasons unknown. Yeah, it was almost a minute, their final pit stop, but it was done quite close before the turn of the hour.
Oh, Mir is also pretty close to Iverson. Interesting.
I think Mia's just using... There's still a lap between them, but I think Mia's just using the leader for a little bit of slipstream and, you know, free performance.
Yeah, the laps are actually pretty close, so...
Yeah. Mia is definitely not slow, but the 69 McLaren today has shown head over, you know, has been the class of the field without no other way of sugarcoating it, really. Patient but dominant performance. Patient in the early stages, didn't try and go too aggressive on the moves. But once they got their clean air, they were gone.
Being patient at the start gets you far these days.
That's sometimes the way you want to run an endurance race. A little bit of patience goes a long way. Looking at the on-track battles, the gap is slowly decreasing between Domingo and Metzner, I think.
Yeah, because Domingo's doing second lap faster than Messner. I don't know why Messner hasn't hit it.
No, they did an early stop as well for the final, so they're going for a long
they did.
final run.
Actually, according to race control, they did only 2 pits.
Oh, really?
I believe the pit count that we can see shows up as well to the drive-thrus.
Oh yeah, Messner's doing a really long stint right now, 1 hour 24, 1 hour 25. Not 1 hour 25 minutes, 1 hour 25 seconds. Yeah, and this is going to the right now actually.
Handing over to their teammate, trying to put them in a good position for the final run. Although, will they get out in time before De Battista of the 54 BMW catches up with them?
Will Metzner end up right between the Batista and the Nyanpire? Will that be a three-way fight for a P5?
No, answer
No, because
is like 2 laps behind, 1 lap behind them.
And then two-way fight.
yeah, unfortunately, the KRTX Mirai car is at least 1 lap down from the rest of their competition today. They said they're content with their performance, but I imagine it probably stings a tiny bit. But for the signs of it, both when we had Breska and Asa in here for their interviews earlier, they were enjoying themselves, so that's the main thing.
If Breska and Asa have, let's put it that way, such a trouble, I'm wondering how often I would have been lapped by this time.
Yeah, I wondered the same thing. Definitely, I haven't got any prior experience of this track.
I got, but my lap times will be like 1:35, 1:36, no matter which car I took.
I wouldn't even know where to guess my times would be. Although I definitely want to drive the BMW, but that might just be me.
Oh, that was a little bit of a bounce.
There is right now Julian Metzner in one of the voice chats. Is he willing to be?
Yeah,
I believe he is, so we will move Julian Mester here to...
Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
Julian. So, that was one hell of a long stint.
Yeah, we tried to max it out. We could have gone like 2 laps longer actually.
Yeah, but you were
Just 'cause
losing big
it's-
time to the NXX, so...
Yeah. I tried to defend a bit, just for fun, but yeah.
Out of curiosity, what was the reason for such a slowdown? Because for the most part of the race it seemed to be relatively quick, and then the NS6 was gaining up quite a bit of time every single corner. That's
I grilled the tires basically for the first half of the stint. Like I was pushing the hill.
I thought that might have been the case because looking at the track conditions today, it does seem rather nasty on the tyres. We've heard it from others today that tyre life, especially in these conditions, has been critical to manage. Although, wondering if your long stints, although very ambitious, were they the right choice for you guys, you and your teammate?
We were basically alone on pace. Right now, like we had a little, like we could have fight probably against Snade or I don't know how its name is right now. The Ferrari that disconnected. But in the end, like we are not fighting anyone, so we could basically go as long as possible. And Robin has now the fresher tires to push a bit. So yeah.
Yes, because although it's not the smallest gap for you between the two of your cars, 12, 13 seconds is quite, if I'm reading my deltas correctly, is still a good chunk of time to try and gain on your competitor in 40 minutes of racing.
Yeah. Like today I'm surprisingly the faster guy of us two. So I was just trying to stay out, get some pace, keep the pace as long as possible, and yeah, just try to get the overcut somehow.
Trying to give yourself some more of that endurance style experience.
Yeah, driving. But yeah, overall it was like a good stint. I didn't get any warnings, so I'm happy.
Because we've seen quite a few people fall afoul of the track limits here with a couple of drive-throughs for some of your competitors. Have you found any particular soft spots or sore spots?
So basically, since the first 5 minutes of the race, we are running with 2 warnings, and that's basically we are running on 2 warnings. We haven't got any warnings since the start of the race, basically.
So you're trying to keep that here
Yeah.
as it stands, touch wood.
Yep. I came quite close in my stint, but in the end I lifted enough, so I did not get any warnings.
So there is one thing that we were wondering a few times, because the temperatures are steadily decreasing, not by much, but they are. Do you really feel any difference in the temperature and how the car feels, or?
I can only speak for myself, basically. I don't know what Robin said right now, but for me the track felt in the second stint way better. My pace got improved by 5 times, our PP2. So I was just faster with a bit lower temperatures, and the tires also was basically better for the longer majority of the stint.
So it definitely was very noticeable then.
Yeah. I was in the end of the stint in the consistent low 33s to mid 33s, and in the start to middle of my stint I was consistently in the medium to high 32s and 132.0 basically, so yeah.
So I take it it's been, although maybe not fighting for the lead per se, you've been content with your performances today?
Yeah, could be better. My qualifying was absolutely bad, but yeah. To be fair, I did not touch, not touch and not see. I did not see any cars, except for the Honda that I actually was fighting. I also saw no back markers, so we were second to last. It's quite hard to see back markers then.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. Although sometimes it's not all about qualifying in an endurance race. I'm sure, forgive me for not knowing how many endurance races you've done before, but I know from my own experience that you can have maybe a not ideal start, but if you're consistent enough, you don't have to be the fastest person on track.
Yeah.
Both you and your teammates, where applicable, can often just focus on being consistent throughout your stints today. So
far we didn't have any crashes, no car contact, so yeah, we're just driving basically. We just try to keep it on the road, keep the pace consistent.
There's only 3 incidents so far. It's a very clean race.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
It might be down to our grid size, however, but then again, 37 minutes to go. There's a couple cars that are closing up on one another, not necessarily for position, but maybe just overall track position. I take it you'll be, as much as you don't want it, I imagine you don't want anything to befall your fellow drivers. I imagine you'll take any advantage you can get.
Keep it like that, and hopefully some people make mistakes, some people will get DTs probably in the last half hour. So
yeah, because even something like you said, something as simple as a drive through could probably make quite a difference, even with how the field is spread out at the minute.
We were quite in no man's land when I jumped into the car, and now we are within 10 seconds sometimes to the car ahead, so I'm happy.
Yeah, so your teammate Robin's definitely pulling out a lot of good pace on the 54 BMW, because I think it was 14 to 15 seconds when he jumped in the car, now down to 10. So there's Robin's definitely got a pace advantage at the moment.
I'm happy about that.
Little by little, it's 10th here and a 10th there sometimes. It's just that small advantage all adds up at the end in an endurance race.
A little bit of understeer there. Most of the
I know
time.
that.
I think that might have just been slightly put off with how Assetto the Empire might have been letting him past. But anyways.
Yeah, the gap's right back down. the gap is right back down.
Yeah. Like we have the faster, we have tires now, so that's like the pay. That basically pays off now that I did so long stints.
I guess that's one of the advantages of going through your longer
Yeah.
stints like you did early on, because you can push the car harder later on. It's really a sort of trying out your strategies, knowing your strengths and weaknesses as a driver in the car.
Yeah.
And for the looks of it, Robin is really pulling out the stops to try and get that advantage on the 54 BMW.
Yes, yeah. Even though he has no motivation to drive, but that's another dream.
It's always the what ifs. You know what they say? Never give up.
Yeah.
Anything's possible. Yeah. Forgive me for saying I can't think of any more questions today. My brain's a little bit rotten, but appreciate you joining us for the broadcast today, and wishing you the best of luck for the rest of the race. The final 35 minutes.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, fun on the broadcast, I guess.
It has certainly been an interesting first broadcast for me.
Yeah. You're doing well, I guess.
That's very much appreciated.
You're all doing well. So,
Thanks.
Sometimes hard to keep interest in certain things, but it's definitely looks like it's going to be an interesting 30 minutes of final driving.
Well,
Yeah.
Kukai, it's working. There are 13 people voting now.
Oh,
Huh?
I'm not going to grumble, and everyone is welcome.
but yeah, I think Rowan is like blessed with the fresh tires. He was complaining about like tire degradation in the last stint.
Yeah, I know from my experience with the BMW, if you push a little bit too hard too early, it will shred. It will use the tyres, but it doesn't leave with much later on in the stint. So maybe hoping that you can maybe eke out the tyre life a little bit longer. See, but yeah. But I think we shall let you get back off to your teammate and keep them in the loop with things. Thank you very much again for joining us.
Thanks from my side too for letting me join. So have fun for the rest of the half hour.
Thank you, and yourself. Best of luck.
Thanks.
And so is Katzelberger down to 9 seconds.
Yeah, it does seem like maybe De Batista's either picked up the pace a little bit, or maybe Katzberger's maybe slowed themselves down to pace himself out a little bit with the time life in mind, but the gap is slowly dropping. 32 minutes, 33 minutes roughly to go. So it should be interesting to see if they can close that gap. There's definitely potential there. Other than that, it's, as things stand at the minute, it's the 69 McLaren there, with a clear and demanding lead of over a lap on everyone at least one lap on everyone else in the field. Very much a statement of intent for the qualifier series. Very consistent performance today, followed by the 96 Queen's Design Ferrari 296 GT3, currently piloted by Mia Rose and also her teammate Ruby Nekamata. Then, as it stands, with roughly a 30-second gap behind, the 74 Honda NSX, driven currently by Daniel Solon. Another very confident performance, although maybe the drive-throughs might not have been ideal for them. But again, it's all part of racing. Then the number 2 BMW. Number 2 BMW. Little bit of early challenges, including one spin, but P4 is still a confident position to finish in. Excuse me. Then we go on to the number 54 BMW of Aaron De Batista. A little bit feisty early on, I think, with a couple of the other cars. But as things are settled down, they managed to seem to find themselves in a consistent 5th place. not necessarily the fastest pace, but keeping things consistent. Then we have the Robin Katzelberger 701 Wild Things BMW. Just had his teammate in, Julian Metzner. Again, slowly trying to close down the gap to the 54 BMW. But with 30 minutes to go, it's not certainly going to be a challenge for sure. But nothing is impossible, and in the silly hour, anything can happen. And then rounding out our remaining races today, we have the Katza Racing Team X Mirai United VRT 420 Lamborghini, driven currently by Asadiniam Hire, but also Reska Kyoso. Maybe not their race today, but both drivers have said in their interviews they're content with their performance. Car that they both know well enough, it's just that the limitations of the car within the track and its conditions meant that maybe they're not as fast as they maybe would have liked to be. And that is our current grid lineup for the final 30, as we enter the final 30 minutes.
Yeah, this has certainly been one of the races all time.
Maybe a bit of a slow burner than some, but that is endurance racing. Sometimes it's not all action, action, action. Sometimes it does ebb and flow. So
Yep.
it's very much a case of, like, where do you want things to be?
Yeah, we
Or
were
where do you
talking about
expect
rice.
things to- That's true, yeah. We were talking about food, which is always dangerous in a broadcast. Always dangerous in a broadcast, especially as I can smell my own.
You can get hungry.
What makes it worse is I can now smell my dinner cooking, which makes it even worse. So I think once we wrapped our broadcast up today, it's going to be a case of food. Definitely feeling it.
I think I will just take some bread and some, I guess, Nutella.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Good night.
Because it is unhealthy o'clock for you, isn't it, Xiong?
Yes, it is nearly 2 a.m. right now. And it's not really healthy.
And that is what you call dedication to the bit. Dedication to the bit. Dedication to racing and broadcasting.
Dedication to the goal.
I did it
Absolutely.
because nobody else could. Admittedly.
Yeah.
But it's been fun. It's been... Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe a bit more of a less high energy than what you see in a normal sprint race, but endurance races are never boring per se. It's just that the excitement is spread out over a longer period. Someone that's done a lot of endurance racing, it's maybe not always pure excitement all the time, but that's never a bad thing. Although 26 minutes to go, it does not seem like the size of the gap between the 54 and the 701 BMWs it's almost grown to some degree, which maybe Katzelberger is struggling with the conditions more than expected, or maybe De Battista has picked up the pace slightly. Could be a combination of both, after all.
Yeah, Kasselberger's
But
actually just set a 33.1. So it seems like he's struggling a bit, actually.
Although the track temps have come down, it's still currently 34 degrees C track temps, which is still spicy for tyres.
Indeed.
You're definitely going to feel that heat.
Every single time I see the car on that curb, but I see them jump a little. Every single time I have this feeling that this is it. This is the second spin. But no.
I was over the chicane or curbing of death.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's certainly some corners like that where you gain advantage from being aggressive with it, but too much and it's very easy to throw that advantage away. Even at Spa, our next race, there's a couple of corners like that. If you're like, oh, forgive me, my brain's running a blank mid-sentence. Take, for example, Blanchimont at Spa-Francorchamps. If your setup is too loose there, it's more than possible to lose the rear of the car and end up in the wall.
Or get a track
So it's
limit.
one of those... Or track limits, yeah. Although, to be fair, I'd rather get a track limit slap on the wrist than end up in the wall.
I'm not so sure. Interval Racing in the previous season of TGT did a very good job.
Maybe the setups I'm used to running at Spa are just a bit too spicy then. Could just be that, to be fair. I do wish that we could see how many, I guess, warnings or track limit warnings that teams have got. Unless I'm just not clicking the right buttons.
I can see either.
Would be interesting to know, because it could explain why some people's paces may be slower or faster than others, excluding things like tyre wear. Have to debate myself, is it worth pushing for that last little tenth here, that last little tenth there? So in a surprising turn of events, it's apparently one of our stewards today is wanting to speak up, and there he is. Our head steward for today, Julian Strasser. Seems a bit of a quiet race for you guys today.
It has been a very quiet race, and that is actually something that most stewards strive for, because it means that there has been a very safe race. So far, we've had a few contacts between different cars, none of which were penalty worthy. The only penalties that came were from people going off track too much, excessively, and that is... It's just a great thing to see that even though we have a small grid today, the people are still not driving out of their minds, and they're still adhering to safety. We've had a few lappings, for example, from what I've seen, and all of that was handled very safely and in a very professional manner. So I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, because I suppose given a good day for a steward is a quiet day, so you can actually sit and watch the racing. Because at least from my other experience elsewhere. But have you enjoyed the racing you've seen so far? Maybe not as heated as we'd get if we had a larger grid per se, but I've seen a lot of very confident moves from some of our drivers out here.
Oh, I agree with you. There were some great battles there in the middle of the race, especially in the first half. I think towards the end of the first half there were some great battles in the middle, and but lovely to see some moves. Unfortunate that some of the drivers that seemed like they could battle for positions had some luck with what was it? One was a game crash, I think. One was just a disconnect from the server. But yeah, there were some really great battles, and really enjoyed seeing them. Me and Mark, most of the time, we've just been talking about random stuff while watching the race going on. Yeah, it's nice to see.
Yeah. Any particular standout performances? Because if looking at today's racing, if anything else, is the 69 car has shown us that the fact that they are more than a lap ahead than their next competitor is a clear statement of intent for this qualifier series.
Yeah, I agree with you. The 69 car has been doing very well today, and they are really showing that they have the pace. However, I also want to give a shout out to the car in P2 currently, the 96 car. It- actually, the inverse car number, interesting, of Ruben Ikumato and Mia Rose. Because those are, of course, two regulars for tracc.eu, and I did not think in the beginning that there was a high likelihood for one of the locals, basically, to be so high up the standings, especially since they had a pretty much last-second switch out of a driver, as Aino Rose was originally scheduled to participate, but has been replaced in the entry list by Mia Rose, pretty much last second.
So Mia definitely showed a lot of her competence and experience behind the wheel earlier on with one of her very, very aggressive but well-executed moves up the inside of another driver. Almost stunned into silence by that move. I wish I remember where it was in the replay. It's something that's definitely worthy of a post-race highlight given the chance, and Mia should definitely be proud of that move.
Yeah, definitely. Mia has been doing rather well, and also Ruby, who has not had too many experiences with esports in the past. She has participated in more females racing, if I remember correctly, and that's pretty much it, I think, for a quote-unquote international stage. So having such a good showing from these both in this race, I think that is a very telling sign that there may be great things to come from Ruby and from me as well.
Yeah.
Also,
Although perhaps
the NX6, we cannot not talk about that one.
Yes, the surprise off-meta car have you been, as Song's been saying for most of today's broadcast. Admittedly, I'm not an ACC regular, so not too sure what the quote-unquote meta is, but they seem to be making the 74 team seem to be really making that NSX work.
Yeah, 74, the NSX team, that is, if I remember correctly, entries from Writer Engineering Esports.
Yeah.
So that is, I mean, in that case, it's not the most surprising that they are up here. However, given the pick, the Honda is commendable, very commendable effort.
Yeah. Although I guess maybe not so surprisingly, some of the BMWs further down the field, whenever we've had their drivers in the broadcast booth for interviews, there's been a lot of talk of tyre wear. Now, we know that the track started today at over 40 degrees Celsius, and it's now currently sitting in the mid-30s. And, like, at least from my own experience in ACC with the BMW, that tyre wear can become an issue if you're slightly too aggressive. But they seem to at least be fairly consistent with their pace despite that.
Yeah, that is also another reason why I'm so proud of the drivers, because especially in the beginning, as you said, over 40 degrees track temperature, much tire wear, and still everyone just went for the typical 1 hour stints. There were no issues, big issues of people spinning out or causing collisions because of the tire wear, which is incredibly amazing that they have been able to keep it together as well as they have.
Although, speaking of spin-outs, there's definitely one or two close calls at the so-called chicane of death earlier in the race. So, maybe Valencia sort of bites when it wants to, I guess, or if someone's maybe going to be a little bit too aggressive. But yeah, even if maybe drivers are not as far up the field as they'd like today, it's definitely been a commendable performance by all.
Racers will be racers. They will try to get the most out of the circuit, even if there is a sausage curb in the way.
They will take the sausage probably of themselves.
Yes, admittedly, I know from my own experience I've been a little bit carried away in the rain sometimes. So perhaps sort of pushing the limits limits are a fine line. You don't want to go too far over them at risk of, you know, falling afoul of things. What are you expecting for Spa then? Because a much more, well, not so much more challenging track, but one that lives in both fame and infamy at the same time for driving and incidents between drivers, I suppose, both virtually and in the real world.
Well, Spa is a bit less of a wild card, let's say. Valencia was very much picked for this championship because it is a stark contrast to Spa. Many of the drivers here, well, all of them know Spa in and out, basically. Valencia is a bit more of an off-pick, so it is less known to the drivers, as well as has a lot of different corners to Spa. The biggest problem that might the start up Orange Radignon, where it can get quite sketchy when you have cars being side by side. I hope that everyone will be able to keep it safe up the hill there. However, there is another bit of a thing, since we have had a completely dry race today. Well, let's just say we're gonna have to check the weather reports in the next 2 weeks.
Yes, Spa and its infamous mystical weather that even the IRL forecast has struggled with. Although, forgive me for asking, I forget with the Spa-Francorchamps start, do we go green on the run to the source hairpin, or is it downhill towards Eau Rouge Radignon?
It's downhill.
In ACC, it is downhill, so T1 is Eau Rouge, technically. So there's no fanning out through La Source, where at least people would then be single file. It will most likely be a complete double file up the...
Well, we'll hope for surprises, but not any incidents in 2 weeks' time, I believe.
2 weeks' time, correct, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Julian. I suppose you're glad you had a quiet one today. Let's hope Spa carries on with that one.
Yeah, I do hope so too. Thank you for having me on, and have fun with the final 12 minutes of the race.
Indeed. Thank you very much for putting on the event.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, as Julian said, we are approaching the final 12 minutes of the race. There doesn't seem to be any change in overall position, but perhaps a couple of drivers are maybe looking to have just a little bit of on-track fun, as we've got Diesel and less than a second behind Robin Katzenberger. Although whether they'll abide by the blue flag rules, whether nice and easy. Katzenberger goes wide to give Solon the inside line, and nice and simple. Not worth the risk of having a incident in the final sort of short portion of the race.
What will be better, rain at the start of the race on Spa, In the middle or at the end?
Ooh.
See,
See,
Are
that's a good question. Now that's a good
Yeah.
question.
that
Or maybe
genuinely.
at the beginning and the end.
Oh god, not the double whammy. The thing is, it's
Excuse me?
rain experience in Ace.
You were cutting out. You
DC.
cut out for us.
Oh, apologies. I don't know why it's playing up. Can you hear us clearly?
Now, yes.
Okay. Admittedly, I don't have a great deal of rain experience in ACC, but my initial thoughts would be maybe at the start rather than the end, because that changeover from the wet to the dry, it's maybe not always so granular as, or clear cut as one would expect.
Well, I wanted to be like V4H Suzuka last time round, where it rained like just a little bit in the middle of the race, but it's still enough to like shake things up really badly.
Yeah, admittedly, that sort of having that middle chunk of rain is always an interesting one, because I had a similar experience, admittedly elsewhere, in the Watkins Glen 6 hour, where it started off dry, when it had wet conditions about a third of the way in for a good chunk of the race, then the final maybe half an hour it started to dry up, and that sort of lap where you decide to change over from dry to wets or wets to dries can be crucial. You have to time it, and it's not always something you can that the game will tell you, like whether it's a wet session or a dry session. Sometimes you have to go by feel in the rain. So rain is definitely one of the biggest challenges in racing, because it throws the typical rules of racing and the expectations out of the window. You do not typically want to run the usual racing line, typically, because of the oil and grease that builds up from the tyre. Like the curbs or the painted lines, you don't usually want to get close to those, because that little bit of difference in the surface can be enough to just unsettle the car enough that it could spell disaster. But rain is definitely one of the... definitely sort of separates the proverbial wheat from the chaff, I suppose. If you can perform well in the rain, you've got a lot of potential behind you. Just have to see what rain and how much, if any, we get at Spa. Because, well, the IRL weather forecast can be quite unpredictable, as we've seen, both in sim racing and the real world.
Well, as one with experience at a wet spa, like probably multiple times, yeah, you gotta be careful.
Not that you can't have fun in the rain. I know that when I did the recent Spa 24 in the BMW M4 GT3, I was accused by one of my teammates of being a little bit doolally with how I had my brake bias set up, as because of the front-engine nature of the BMW, a lot of the weight is over the nose of the car. It can be challenging in wet conditions to get the right amount of rotation, so almost turning the brake bias far rearward enough to almost force the rear to come out, almost like treating the normal brake like a handbrake, as it were, and then straightening the car up through the corner while sliding in the wet and then punching it on exit. Maybe a little bit of a weird way to drive in the rain, but fun nonetheless. And I think that's hopefully what a lot of the drivers will say today, regardless of where they finish, that over nothing else, this was fun to do.
Well, indeed, you're right.
Just hoping that for the next round we get some more competitors on the field. Because although our current field today, including those that have unfortunately fallen afoul of some technical issues, it's always nice to see a lot of people on the track. Not to negate anyone's hard work here today, but sometimes, variety is the spice of life.
Well, as we approach 5 minutes remaining in the race, race seems to have settled down. We will proceed with the the final race results once the race has ended, obviously. Also, yes, pretty small grid today. We started with 10 people, but there were a couple of retirements because of technical issues.
Especially as it seemed that those competitors that we had lost had showed a lot of potential early on.
Especially the number 20 Ferrari that he took for the lead at the start.
Yeah, sort of. It was the what was it? The 20 Ferrari, the 69 McLaren, and I think one of the BMWs early on that were fighting for, or was it the Honda NSX? There's a couple of cars early on. I'd have to go back through the replay and double check.
I believe
Yeah, no,
those
it
were
was the
two Ferraris.
it was the Ferrari, McLaren, and indeed the NSX.
I think there was only one McLaren all the time.
Yeah, there was only
Yeah.
one McLaren in the entire grid, which was what got me surprised at first because I thought there would be more. Especially because one of the tracks would be Spa, which is basically an instant ticket to winning.
Well, not with my skills.
Yeah, I can't say I'm much better around Spa.
Well, I think I would be kind of midfield, but probably not doing 216s. Probably 218s at best.
Honestly, I would not have a clue what my pace would be around there.
Yeah, I think it would be 217s, 218s, considering what we're seeing today. But if it's like hot, it might be 219s actually too. So
Because although Spa is infamous for being wet and humid, it also has the potential to have a gorgeous sunny day with soaring temps. So anything's possible in that part of Belgium.
indeed.
Definitely somewhere worth visiting if you get the chance in the real world. Not that I had the luxury to do so yet, but
visiting a race is definitely on my bucket list. Yeah. I was kind of close to the SRO Esports, but decided not to go because money.
yeah, admittedly, there's a few times where I could have gone to Snetterton to watch races, but does anybody actually like Snetterton as a circuit?
I like Snetterton 200. Snetterton 200 goated. The one in this game? No, fuck that.
Well, maybe not the language I'd use, but yeah, it's typically the similar sentiment I'd say. It's not a favourite track of mine.
I don't mind the
and that's despite being a local boy. It's like, definitely could be better.
Yeah, I had the displeasure of driving it in 2.4H last time around. This was basically pressure lost country.
Which is hilarious considering when you consider how flat this entire the entire county of Norfolk is.
Yep.
They built the track probably on the highest hill.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, something World War II airfield. There's too many of them. We're never going to escape that joke as much as we try, and it hurts me to say that.
I don't mind Snetterton as much as there is the reference for braking.
Yeah. I think it's one of those tracks that definitely suits a certain type of car. And I think maybe some cars are a bit too fast around there. Although as we shortly enter the final minute or so of the race as the overall leader, the number 69 McLaren, do they come over to take the white flag, or will it be next lap?
Yes, this seems to be the white flag. Yes.
There we are. It is indeed the white lap. So with 1 minute 45 seconds to go, they get a very clear, dominant performance from the number 69 McLaren today. Very much a statement of intent. They really want to show themselves in the best light, and they've done that today. patient at the start, very patient with their and well-executed passes to get into the lead, and then were able to take advantage of the clear track. Really dominant and consistent performance today. Hopefully they can keep that up for Spa.
Queen's design too, yeah. Look, P2 from like...
Yeah, from P6 to P2, maybe not the position that Ruby and me are expecting, but a good position nonetheless. Not to mention...
It cut you off again.
Servo, done the funny?
Yeah.
There we go. Forgive us. Not to mention a very well-executed and assertive move up the inside of another competitor early on the race. I definitely need to find that in the replay and go back for that. Brilliant, well done overtake.
As Iverson rounds out the final corner now, looking to finish the SRO Esports Community Challenge qualifiers, the first race in P1 as they cross the line now and finish the race.
And there we are. Congratulations indeed to our winners today. Excellent performances, we've already said, starting very dominant from pole to the win. A little bit of tyre burning out and stuff, allowing, of course they can celebrate, look at that. Some nice crystal clear donuts as Mia Rose comes across the line in second for Queen's Design. Daniel Serland in the 74 Honda in third. Waiting for the number 2 BMW to finish, but with the number 54 BMW in fifth. .701 finish solidifies their sixth position.
And as a young prime, will be happy for P7 after starting P10. Yes, the session has ended.
Yeah.
One thing interesting to notice is how different the sector timings are. The best overall time did obviously the P1 with 1 minute 31 and 100. But then the best sector 1 did the P1. The best sector 2 got the Honda NS6. And the best sector 3 did BMW. Meanwhile, the best time of the sector 1 was the only time with 32 seconds. Everything else was above 33.
Yeah.
That shows probably a bit how very aero-dependent and heavy the McLaren is, as there weren't really a lot of the corners, and you said it could use this acceleration.
Yes, really, it really shows off the sector times really show off the differences between the cars and their chosen setups, and maybe even partly the driver's skill. Although I must say, commiserations to the 27 Ferrari, the number 9 BMW, and the 20 Ferrari as well. It's really unfortunate they were not able to finish the race today because they all showed really good relative pace of their competitors in the field. But I believe, unless we have anything else planned, that's it for us today.
Yes, thank you for coming, and we will see you in 2 weeks' time for the second and final round of the SRO Esports Community Challenge qualifiers for tracc.eu. The winner of that event will have a chance to represent tracc.eu at the finals, and said winner of the finals will get a real-life trophy at SRO Esports Motorsports Awards in London. So see you then, and see you on the race track.